All right. Fired up on YouTube. All right, YouTube, we're on there, we're live. Check in, guys. Comment where you're tuning in from. I hope you guys had a fantastic Monday. All right, we're getting it fired up. All right, here we go. Intro time. While the intro's playing, check in. What city, what state, where in the world you guys are tuning in from. I'm your host, Amir Mercado. Talk to you guys after the intro. All right, everybody. How are we doing? Check in to the stream. Hope you guys had a fantastic day. You're tuned in live to the war in Ukraine. And people are wondering why we're not on Facebook. I do a supporter-only Facebook stream 20 to 30 minutes prior to this one. So if you've been a monthly supporter there tuned in, I do a supporter-only stream there because multi-streaming just hasn't been working. It's been killing it. The trying to stream to YouTube and Facebook at the same time, it's been causing issues like all the time. So the streams, these type of streams will be on YouTube only. When I'm doing my own live streams in person, I will do both. I will, like when I'm out there on, like if I have some news to go cover, I will go live on Facebook first and then say, hey y'all, for continued coverage, head over to our YouTube channel, and then bang, all y'all will be there, right? So that's how it's gonna work from now on. Multi-streaming just is tough. It worked at first, it worked great, but we're at a point now where Facebook has been having issues, and then it took me an hour to get started this morning, and we can't have that. We can't have that, y'all. All right. So let's go over the latest updates of the war in Ukraine, or just in general. We're going over. We're including both local news in Minneapolis, Minnesota on this as well, and other breaking news around the world incorporated in. So we're going to be going over other things too. I hope you guys are interested in. All right, so the EU embassy has reopened in Kyiv. That's some big news today. Russia is adding more short-range units into Ukraine's Donbas region, including artillery and mechanized forces. Senior U.S. defense official chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, told Congress last week that the Donbas could see more mechanized combat. Ukraine's general staff, Russian troops unsuccessfully try to move further into Ukraine. The offensive operations are taking place in Donetsk Oblast and in the south of Ukraine. Russian proxies call for using chemical weapons in Mariupol. Spokesman for Russia's proxies in Donetsk said on April 11th that it made no sense to storm the Ukrainian-controlled Azovstal plant in Mariupol, and instead Russian, quote, chemical forces should, quote, smoke the Ukrainians out. So we'll be going over that, and that has to do with the headline title of this this video. Though YouTube notifications are not working, try making sure you have your notifications set to all. Try setting them to all. Sometimes if they're set to personalized notifications, it won't work. So the Azov regiment in Mariupol reports that reports what could be the Russian use of chemical weapons against the entrenched Ukrainian garrison in the city. An unidentified agent was delivered with a UAV. Revealed effects include respiratory and vestibular failures. Azov leader Andriy Beletsky said that 3 people have clear signs of chemical poisoning. He added that there is, quote, no disastrous consequences for their health. No, we're not on Facebook tonight. No, I'll go over it in a second. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, we are aware of social media reports which claim Russian forces deployed a potential chemical munition in Mariupol, Ukraine. We cannot confirm at this time and will continue to monitor the situation closely. U.S. consumer prices likely increased by the most in 16 and a half years in March as Russia's war against Ukraine boosted the cost of gasoline to record highs, resulting in annual inflation rising at its fastest pace since the early 1980s. All right. So this is local news here in Minnesota, and many of you remember this from 2020, but there's still more court proceedings to come from this, and we'll be covering this if the court proceedings, if we're able to. I covered the entire trial of Derek Chauvin in 2021. That was last year, right? Yeah. And so we would, if the live streams if Judge Cahill approves the live streams, I will be covering the trial here on this channel as well. Minnesota judge heard arguments on Monday on whether to allow live coverage of the upcoming trial, which is on June 13th, of 3 former Minneapolis police officers charged with aiding and abetting the murder of George Floyd. A coalition of media organizations, including the Associated Press, wants Cahill to allow video coverage, said in a brief filed on Friday that it understood the judge planned to prohibit it. The coalition said it presumed the reasons included defense objections and the judge's belief that his hands are tied by the normal court rules, quote, absent the extenuating circumstances caused by the pandemic. Source, AP. So that is the Associated Press. No ruling reached. Cahill awaits further guidance. There's word that he's going to make a ruling tomorrow. President Joe Biden took steps on Monday to rein in the use of untraceable firearms known as ghost guns that law enforcement officers said turn up frequently at crime scenes. New rules will require serial numbers to be added to firearms assembled to do-it-yourself kits and the background checks for people who purchase them. So some news in the United States here. Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk abandoned his plans to join the board of Twitter. So that was Elon Musk owns like 9% of Twitter now, and he's going to join the board, and that is no longer going to happen. So I know we've been multi-streaming to Facebook and YouTube since day one. We've been live on, if you've been tuned in on Facebook since day one, I'm glad that you guys are here on YouTube. The multi-streaming just hasn't been working. I mean, it'll work for a day or 2 or 3 days in a row, and then we'll just have a terrible stream where nothing works, or Facebook will take the stream down, or YouTube will be like 20 minutes behind Facebook, or it's just been a mess. So if you're a paid Facebook supporter, so like if you are a monthly supporter of the page, I'm going to be going live 20 to 30 minutes prior to this stream on Facebook and talking with you guys, doing a one-on-one or more of a smaller discussion. And I just got done doing that. We did the first one prior to this stream, It was only about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but I'm going to be making them 20 to 30 minutes in the future, starting tomorrow because we're live again tomorrow night. So, and then also my own reporting on the ground. So like if I have an event that I need to go report on, or if there's a protest, or if there's a march, if there's something going on, I will go live on Facebook as well, like at the scene. And then I will say, hey y'all, all right, thank you for tuning in on Facebook. So I'll go live for a good amount of time still on Facebook, but then I will say, hey y'all, for continued coverage, head over to our YouTube channel. And then I'm going to end the Facebook stream, and then I'd go live on YouTube, because multi-streaming, it's great for when you want to start, or like if there's a viral moment, if there's a viral situation, it's great, right? Like the beginning of the war, the invasion, when that kicked off, viral. Every stream viral. I mean, every single stream was 100,000 views at least. We were sitting here, there was like 3,000 people tuned in. Y'all were here, you remember. So multi-streaming is effective in viral moments. When things die down, which is usually about a month, I've noticed in life, interest level tapers down about a month later, and then multi-streaming is no longer effective at all, and it actually kills your algorithm. So I will include Facebook if you're a monthly supporter. Again, 20 to 30 minutes before this stream is scheduled, and then of course we're here every night. So keep an eye out. Just look on the Twitter, follow us on Twitter, MMP LLC News, or join our Discord server. I post updates there. So quick updates on Twitter, quick updates on our Discord server. If you guys need notifications, and if you've been wondering where I am when I'm live, or follow us on Twitter, or join our server. Definitely join our server for sure. All right, let's get into it. Like the video if you haven't. Make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel. Hit the like button. All right, let's see those blue and yellow hearts in the chat for Ukraine. All right, we support the people of Ukraine here on our channel. We raised over $20,000 on our channel here when the war first started. Shout out to our YouTube channel. All right. These two destroyed Russian T-72B3 tanks. Let's go through our list actually on our Facebook page and see if there's any news that we might have missed, including, I mean, again, we're going to be going over local news too, y'all. New week. It's Monday. There's lots of news. I mean, even when the war was going on, there was things in Tel Aviv. There was things happening in Saudi Arabia. And I wanted to get to it, but I didn't know what to do for it yet. And now we're going to be including that. So we will be looking at the body cam footage from Amir Locke in Minneapolis. And we have a lot of people that are tuned in Minnesota here because of my time spending local news. So I'm going to be including that when we can. Most of it, again, it'll be mostly Ukraine. It will be mostly Ukraine still. All right. Azov Regiment. Russia uses poisonous substance against Ukrainian troops in Mariupol. The substance has been distributed by a drone, and victims have shortness of breath and vestibulocellular ataxia. It may be Russia's first known use of chemical weapons in Ukraine. The other thing too, y'all, I got my indoor safety meeting. Got my vape. So we're good to go again. It's a 420 friendly stream. So I wonder if there's anything new on this. Or I wonder if there's a big report on it. Let's look that up real fast. Russia chemical weapons. Look that up real fast. Indoor 2, yes. Okay, Axios. Let me see. We got sources here to go through. Let's see what we got here. Let's stay away from the ones that we know are biased. Reuters is a good one. They've been pretty solid on the Ukraine. No, I have PTSD. I got medical. It is medical. Let's go through. I wish it was recreationally legal in Minnesota. No, it should be. Let's look at Axios and then let's look at Reuters. Okay. We'll stay away from NBC and shit. Pentagon monitoring reports of Russian chemical weapons in Mariupol. The Pentagon is closely monitoring social media reports claiming Russian forces deployed chemical weapons in Mariupol, Ukraine. Defense Department Press Secretary John Kirby said in a statement on Monday. Why it matters. Moscow has a long history of using chemical weapons, and the White House has warned Russian forces may be preparing to, quote, use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. The report was made on Telegram, where the far-right nationalist group Azov Regiment posted a message alleging that the Russian forces used a, quote, poisonous substance of the unknown origin. What they're saying: we are aware of social media reports which claim Russian forces deployed a potential chemical munition in Mariupol, Ukraine, Kirby said on Monday evening in a statement to outlets including Axios. We cannot confirm at this time and will continue to monitor the situation closely. These reports, if true, are deeply concerning and reflective of concerns that we have had about Russia's potential to use a variety of riot control agents, including tear gas mixed with chemical agents in Ukraine. The big picture: Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky hasn't yet confirmed the reports, though British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss also said her government is working urgently to verify the use of chemical agents. Any such use of weapons would be a callous escalation in this conflict, and we will hold Putin and his regime to account, she tweeted. So there isn't any official from Western. Let's check the Reuters article real fast. Let's go. How you doing, everybody? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you guys had a good day. Let's look at the Reuters article. Ukraine Zelensky warns Russia could use chemical weapons, calls for more sanctions. What? Oh, no, I have an account. Now let's try this one. The Pentagon on Monday expressed alarm reports as yet unconfirmed that Russian forces loyal to President Vladimir Putin employed chemical weapons against Ukrainian troops in the besieged city of Mariupol. Yet unconfirmed. So again, that's the reoccurring theme here. A reoccurring theme. Unconfirmed. All right, unconfirmed. Hello, everybody. Hello. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, that 60 Minutes interview, I got copyright strike this morning. That's the other thing. Facebook blocked my stream, and then YouTube did shortly after. It wasn't really. I highly recommend it though. If you guys haven't tuned in to the 60 Minutes interview with President Zelensky, I can't do it again. I don't want to get the stream taken down, but I highly recommend you guys watch that. The other thing we're gonna watch too is the former President Obama did an interview, and he talked about the war in Ukraine because he was president in 2014 when all this started. So hearing his comments is interesting on the war. And I'm not, like I told you, I was honest with Boris Johnson, right? I'm not a big Boris Johnson fan, but it was good on him for showing up in Kyiv. And I mean, when I was younger, I wasn't a big Obama fan either, but it was, I mean, I think I've grown to respect him a little more over the years as I've gotten older, and what we've had lately. But we're going to be watching that too. And he sat down and did an interview, and his words on Russia are pretty interesting. Clip: this is Kharkiv cluster munition impacts, most likely from a BM-30. So we watched this at the end of the morning stream. Yeah, I can't do 60-minute streams. I took my stream down instantly. This is Kharkiv cluster munition impacts, most likely from a BM-30. I think one of the vehicles almost gets hit. Oh my. There's no audio here on this one. Good morning from Pittsburgh. Good evening, or excuse me, good evening from Pittsburgh. Hey, hi, Andrew. How you doing? I'm doing good. I mean, doing as best as I can be. All right, all right. So in Minneapolis, there was I have to kind of go into the whole. I'll do a discussion stream on this one still, on the Amir Locke case. It's a lot to unpack. And we did video breakdown on this channel of the first body cam footage. And now this is Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is local news here, because again, I'm going to be incorporating local breaking news or things that happen in Minnesota as well as world news. It's mostly Ukraine, but we're also going to touch on these as well. So I went through the body cam footage, and it didn't appear to me in the first video that Amir Locke raised his firearm at the police. And so there were no charges filed, no criminal charges for Minneapolis Police Department SWAT team member Mark Hanneman. And then now here is Hanneman's body cam footage that was released. So if you've been tuned into the Amir Locke case, or the Amir Locke coverage, this is the latest that has come out. This is Mark Hanneman's body cam footage. It's only 24 seconds. And I'd argue you see even less in this body cam footage than the previous. But this is the latest footage that has come out. And again, viewer discretion, body cam, graphic content in the body cam footage.
Police search warrant! Police search warrant! Hands! Show me your hand! He's got a gun! Got fire! Got the fucking gun! Got the gun! Got the gun! Help me, guys!
So here is, we should just do this. Let's do this really quick. Amir Locke. This is so you guys can get some background on this. Amir Locke body cam footage. So again, viewer discretion is advised.
Well, we have break.
No, let's fast forward a little bit. I want just the body cam. Here it is. Here is the first body cam footage that shows a little more, and then I'll break down what I saw in the video in the first one, and then you guys can take with it from what you will. They've already ruled there will be no charges. There will be no criminal charges. So, all right. The following video shows body camera footage from the Minneapolis Police Department. So again, I want to remind my audience here quick. There's no-knock warrants in Minneapolis are supposedly banned, right? After 2020, Mayor Jacob Frey snowed a lot of people and promised them a lot of things, and then didn't follow through with it, like he always does, right? They snow people, lie to them, and then don't, like, this wasn't even supposed to be a thing in Minneapolis. So the fact that a no-knock warrant was even executed after after the mayor ran on a campaign of, hey, we're not doing no-knocks in Minnesota, we're not doing no-knock warrants in Minneapolis, and then this happens. So again, viewer discretion advised. This was 2 months ago, but I want to show you the first camera footage and then show you the one that just came out today.
Police search warrant! Police search warrant! Police search warrant! Hands! Get on the ground! Show me your hand!
All right, it does cut it. It cuts it right there, which is okay. Oh, wait, it might not be though. No, I need the full one because I need to pause it. Here it is. All right. So he was shot there. You guys can see there's his hand on the firearm. I want you to look at this now. And I went through this extensively, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Amir Locke, he was sleeping. He was dead asleep. They announced search warrant as they were entering the residence, so they were screaming it like while they were in there. Keep in mind, he wasn't awake until this moment. Right there, when this cop kicks the couch, is when Amir Locke is like even understanding what's going on in the room. And then he is sleeping with a firearm. All right, he is sleeping with a firearm, but look where his pointer finger is on the rail. His pointer finger is on the rail. Okay, it wasn't pointed up. It was pointed down. We did a whole video analysis, looked at the whole line of the firearm. Keep in mind another couple things. Legally registered firearm. All right, legally registered firearm. He's a legal gun owner. He wasn't on the warrant. All right, Amir Locke wasn't on the search warrant. He wasn't even a suspect. Fact. Legally registered firearm, legally registered gun owner, wasn't on the search warrant, wasn't a suspect. This is 26 seconds in. And then he makes one move. He made one move after this, after you see his finger on the rail, and that's to move the blanket away from his head. Right there. He made one move to move the blanket, and then he shot. So, and that is Amir Locke. That is what's happening in Minneapolis. No charges filed. All right. And then this is the latest body cam that was released today from Mark Hanneman.
Police search warrant! Police search warrant! Hands! Show me your hand! He's got a gun!
So Mark Hanneman, the officer in this body cam footage, you guys can see is the one that shot. You can see his firearm.
Show me your hand!
So he said, "Show me your." He didn't even finish saying, "Show me your hands." Did he? Look at, you can see Amir Locke's hand. There's his hand right here coming up to move the blanket that we saw in the other video. He says "Show me your hand," and then shoots him right as he's finishing saying hand.
Show me your hand.
Bang. I can even pause it fast enough. Oops.
Show me your hand.
All right. So that's going on in Minneapolis. No charges. No charges. You can find that body camera footage if you're interested on our Mercado Media on our Twitter. So spent extensive time going through that, and it's really unfortunate. That's, my opinion time. He's a legally registered gun owner. Didn't raise his firearm, but the police feared for their life. Okay, so when the police fear for their life, there's not much you can say. Unfortunately, that's their argument, and then they win with that. A video of burning fire. So now let's get back into Ukraine. Again, if you're wondering why the hell I was just going through some Minneapolis, you all don't know what's going on. Minneapolis. I'm from Minnesota. I live here. I started my coverage from the riots in Minneapolis in 2020. So I still do cover local news as well, and we're going to be incorporating that because we do have lots of people that are from Minnesota that tune in. So let's get back to Ukraine. This is a video of fire burning in Petropavlivska in the Kyiv Oblast. Okay. They were serving a search warrant for a person that was on the residence, but they weren't there. Amir Locke was not on it. He wasn't even on the warrant. We went through the warrant. We went through the whole warrant. This is in Petropavlivska in Kyiv. So this is to the west. Good evening. Good evening. This is to the west of Kyiv in Ukraine. So getting back into it here. Petropavlivska. This was 5 hours ago. Fire burning. You've been watching my stream since then. I'm glad you guys have stuck around. So Rob Lee, if you guys missed it yesterday, This clip came out yesterday, but it was just posted by Rob Lee today, it looks like. But this is a soldier launching a man-pads, Ukrainian soldier, and then just unaffected by there's an airstrike in the background. He doesn't even flinch. I'm gonna pause the music. I don't want to get copyright. All right, one more time. It's just the same TikTok song that everyone's been using. Artillery goes off, doesn't even move. Stand still. This is a man pads. Let's look that up. Let's get some information on a man pads. Where you guys tuned in from? If you guys haven't checked in, comment. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. Man portable air defense system. Let's look it up on. There we go.
Russia's military power is known to be significant.
No. Good educational video. So this is what he was using, a Stinger SAM missile. Hi from Minnesota, Lake Ozark, Missouri. Tune in from Anchorage. So you're gonna give us some information on the system? This is just a video of it being shot. Let's look up. Hold on. Just Google or YouTube it. Man pads. That's a foreign video. Top 8 man pads in the world. That looks like the one that they're using. Los Anchorage, Alaska.
Target.
Welcome. I'm so happy to have you guys here. Northern Indiana, 219. Welcome. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Hit that subscribe button.
Has increased warhead weight, laser-based contact proximity fuse compared to its predecessor. The warhead also features high explosive charge and fragment number. The Eagle-S system can engage cruise missiles and drones due to its great combat efficiency. At number 6, we have the Japanese Type 91, which...
So I'm guessing it's the Eagle-S. That's a Russian one. Let me see. There's a UK one.
System can destroy.
Yeah, it's not that one. That one's huge.
Service with the armed forces of the Russian Federation in 2014.
The 9th K333. I think it's going to be the Eagle. The one that soldier's using. It's not specific. The Stinger. It's the United States. See, it's a skinny one. Yeah, it looks like the Eagle. It's not the Verba. The Verba has that box on the end of it. It looks like the 9K338 Eagle S. The United Kingdom supplied them. It doesn't look like the Star Streak though. LML. Oh, hold on. Did Rob include what it... Rob Lee. He usually includes the weapon system. Some videos to go through. Definitely video. Six hours ago. Nope. He just says man pads. Hello, hello, hello. Apparently right after a Russian airstrike. Okay. Oh, that was the day before. Okay. This is a video of an armored column coming in under artillery and likely direct fire. It looks like they lost a T-72B tank and a couple BMPs. So here's we watched this morning. Or maybe it was last night. My days are blending, guys. Still, the coverage of this, just days blend. But this is going to be an ambush on a Russian column. Russian armored column coming under artillery and likely direct fire. Looks like they lost a T-72B tank and multiple BMPs. Do we have a location? It could be outside of Kyiv. You guys remember, if anybody's been tuned in, there's been a few viral ambushes of Russian columns outside of Brovary. Thank you, Brandy, for that super sticker. Thank you, thank you. All right, so this might likely in the Kyiv Oblast.
України. Хлопці, 54-та бригада підбила колону во главі танку.
It's near Kharkiv. Okay, I got a couple comments that say that it's near Kharkiv. So, do we have confirmed of that? I was looking for a confirmation. I ran to grab my monster. I need an energy drink. So you said it's more east near Kharkiv? I wish I could. How do I translate this? So this is what it says. K2 soldiers destroyed the tanks of the occupiers in Donetsk proverb. The first pancake lump is definitely not about the Russian occupiers because they are not able to achieve the result even 3 times. And the reason for this is their incompetence and professionalism of Ukrainian soldiers who 3 times in a row burned columns of equipment of the aggressor who decided to go on the offensive on one of the directions in the Donetsk region. Donetsk region. It was current by Kharkiv had okay. So this is to the east. This ambush. Our defenders from the K254 OMBR once again delight the team of the Foundation and all Ukrainians with these videos. This time at least 2 racist tanks remain on the battlefield and several. So this is a heavily opinionated written post. We were released a long time ago and you are in the surf in the hands of your king. Well, run, there's opportunity. Okay. So Donetsk region, Kharkiv, that's over here to the east. So correction, that's over here. Which would make sense because that coincides with our war map. Again, this is Ukraine. This is the country Ukraine. There were Russian forces to the northeast and to the northwest of Kyiv, right? Up into, here's Bucha and Irpin, and then up here is Chernobyl. So there were Russian forces up here. They had a foothold up into the northwest and then to the northeast as well near Chernihiv. They tried it a few times. They got as far as the zoo inside of Kyiv. They got as far as the zoo, and then they got about as close as Brovary a few weeks ago, and then their columns got destroyed. And now the Russian forces have been pushed to the east. And there's a big battle of Donbas going on in this region. Also Mariupol, which is just a completely war-torn city now at this point. All right. Completely war-torn city. Thank you, chat, for that. So this is in near Kharkiv in the Donetsk Oblast.
54-та бригада підбила колону во главі танку. І от там ще 4 коробочки згорівші. Зараз, якщо вийде, приближу. Оп. Вон згорівші стоять, блядь, калимаги сепарські, блядь.
All right. Likely heading. That's for me. That's if that's the same highway. This could be going south towards Izium. Here's Izium along this route. On the what is it? Goodness, M03, the M03 route down into Izium. Continuing on, we got a TikTok, likely have music with it. Let's see. Another angle of the destroyed Russian T-72 tank and its engine block. God, it's that same sound. They're killing that one. People like the same thing over and over and over again, huh? Music included. Send any clips or video you guys have to the Discord server. There's a Ukraine war channel in our server. Please join. We have like nearly 4,000 in our Discord server, and I pull up and I'm in there talking to the server often myself. This was a T-72 tank. God, with the music. Every time. I bet y'all never thought y'all never thought you'd be watching TikToks for war coverage. We are live, Sherry. I never did. I've been doing everything I could for years to stay away from this app. Unless everyone's on it now. Alright, destroyed Russian K-63968 Typhoon K MRAP. Ooh. What is that? A Typhoon K MRAP. A Russian, let's just look up the whole thing. I've seen the Tiger. I've seen the Tiger MRAP. The cam as what? So it looks like this. It looked like this, I should say. Were. That's in 2016. It's so gross. Looks like a man. Looks like one of the trucks that they had in the Lost World in Jurassic Park. Look at the just bulky, and you can fit a lot of troops in there though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 right here. With some hatches too on the top. So that's a cam as Typhoon. Or it was one. No music on this one, yes. Thank you.
Жарко было в машине. Погрелись, да, пацаны?
Wow. So that's what it looks like on this one. So you can get an idea. After, that's what it looks like normally inside of one of these things. Oops. So this is what the interior looks like now after it's been destroyed.
Да, пацаны? Сгорелись, твари. В тайфуне. Смотри, там в мину не войди.
This that truck we just looked it up. It's a K63968 Typhoon K MRAP. So this is what it looks like when it's not destroyed. And then here's what it looks like when it's been destroyed.
Смотри, как хорошо.
Жарко было в электронной машине.
И тепло. Погрелись, да, пацаны?
Согрелись, твари. В тайфуне. Смотри, там в мину не войди.
All right, let's continue on. All right, hey, just imagine quick that I have graphics that are telling y'all to like, subscribe, consider becoming a member. I don't have those yet, but make sure you guys like the video and subscribe to the channel. Streams every night at 9 p.m. Central. I post to Twitter if I'm going to be late to a stream or what have you. I'm not sponsored by anything. I'm not corporate owned media. I'm a veteran. I served in the U.S. Army from 2012 to 2020. And then I was in the reserves from 2016 to 2020, active duty from 2012 to 2020. And I've been doing independent journalism since 2020. So I'm independent journalist, crowd supported, viewer supported, viewer sponsored. Everybody that sends the super chats and becomes members and the super stickers and everybody that does all that really does keep it going. So thank you guys so much. And of course, those that just like the video and engage and chat and make it a positive community. Thank you guys so much for making Mercado Media a great place to tune into the news. All right, here's a video. What is this now? Video showing Ukrainian mechanics repairing a captured Russian T-72B3 OBR 2016 tank and the same BDM-4M captured by the Ukrainian farmer. He said Bucha, but you can see just look at the visuals. I know there is actually a few that are from Ukraine and in the chat that have translated sometimes for us. But I know he said Bucha, and you can just see the damage on these vehicles.
Тепер зварювальники аргоном заливають дірки. Вони
Look at all the bullet holes. So they're, let me see. Ukrainian. So I wonder if they're fixing them up, and then 420 likes, 420 friendly stream. Thank you guys for. They got work. They're working right now. All the Russian tanks that are being left. So again, I have no idea what is being said. I don't speak the language, but I mean, just watch the visuals of the workers. And these are all Russian vehicles, and these are Ukrainian mechanics and farmers brought these to the mechanics, and then now they're repairing them to either be repurposed for the military or for agricultural purposes. Yeah, they're repurposing them and they're using them, but like they would take a MBT over a T-72 or coming out. A Ukrainian farmer, I wonder if this vehicle was brought to those mechanics. This is from, April 5th, video showing, it was. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this video here captured by the farmer is the same one that's in the video of that report. There. The video with the John Deere. Wow. So the video of that John Deere tractor, we saw that one. We've seen this video. That's the one that they're working on. Right here. It's the same one. It's this one. Look at, there's the bullet, there's the hole right there, bottom of the V, there's the hole, bottom of the V. There's the hole right in the top right. There's the hole right here. There's the 5. There's the hole. It's the same exact one. Wow. So that's all for real. As much as it is for memes, the farmers are really bringing it. And I also saw someone in the chat say it's volunteer work, which would be that's even more amazing. Video showing artillery strikes on Ukraine's 57th Separate Motorized Infantry Brigade on an ammunition depot in the Lugansk direction from last night. One more time. Video showing artillery strikes by Ukraine's 57th Separate Motorized Infantry Brigade on a field ammunition depot in the Lugansk direction from last night. So Ukraine strikes. This is Ukraine artillery. Just tuned in from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good to have you here. Good to have you. You're in the right spot. No audio on this stream. Or, excuse me, no audio on this video. One more time. Ukrainian strikes. Thank you, Shelley. Hey, Nicole. It's looking like our 1,000-like goal will be better now. Hey, listen, this is the one thing I just need to say, and I'm sure there's people from Facebook here too. But do you guys notice now the stream? I'm not live on Facebook too, but it's back to how it was. We're back to nearly 1,300 tuned in. This is how the stream was. And then all last week, my streams, like there was like 600, 700 people in. I was like shadow banned. So things to keep in mind. It's working so far. As many people that used to be tuned in are back now. Apologies if you guys haven't been seeing the live feeds. We've been live. It's just been a laggy mess. As a reminder, effective suppression is required as long as an RPG gunner... What is this about? As a reminder, effective suppression is required as long as an RPG gunner is in a hot position. These Chechen fighters in Mariupol were lucky. So this is Chechen fighters in the city of Mariupol, and then here's Mariupol on our map. If you don't know where Mariupol is by now, Mariupol is a city you need to lock into your brain. It's a common one. So as much as the capital city of Kyiv, I'd say the most well-known cities at the top of our heads right now would be Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Mariupol. The top 3 cities things are just constantly going on. You keep it in the back of your head, keep it in the back of your mind at all times. Or at least, while you're tuning into the news streams. That Mariupol down here, southeastern port city, Kharkiv city, border city to the east, right? Kharkiv, constant shelling still, nearly 50 days in. 66 shelling 20 hours ago. This was just 21 hours ago. 66 shelling with MLRS Grad, MLRS Smerch, artillery, and tanks in Kharkiv in the last 24 hours. 11 civilians killed, 14 wounded, head of Kharkiv Regional Administration. So there's more genocide being committed, I'd say, around Kharkiv. In terms of, like, you guys want to talk about combat and just civilians getting killed, it's the combat is in Mariupol. Between, I mean, there's you got the Azov battalion in there. You got other. There's not just the Azov either. There's other Ukrainian units in there. But then up here, it's civilians. They're hitting apartment buildings, civilian soft targets up in Kharkiv. There isn't really like ground combat in the city like there is in Mariupol. In Mariupol, it's like a ground combat war zone now. The whole city just looks like this. Like this picture right here that you see just of the ground and the trees. This is what Mariupol looks like everywhere. Right? Everywhere. Unfortunately. 1,000 likes, brother. It costs you nothing. Just hit the like. Thank you so much, Arc Knight. Thank you too. Hold on, there's a couple other people that sent. Thank you to the two others that sent super chats and super stickers. Thank you so much. Cindy, Andrew, thank you for keeping us updated and thank you for your service. God, dude. Was his feet hit? Oh yeah, his foot was hit there. He was hit there. That guy. He's standing there. He goes right out in the open. So what this tweet is saying is when you got a guy that needs to go and use his RPG or use a shoulder fired rocket, you need to put suppressive fire down because obviously this guy is a sitting target now. And he's in the wide open wherever they're shooting at. He's an open target, so you need to have suppressive fire, lay down suppressive fire so that this guy doesn't get hit. This guy here gets hit in the foot. Like that's all right. I'm surprised this guy here on the wall didn't get hit. This is the Chechen forces here in Mariupol. He didn't hit at all. They just missed. So that's the Chechen forces fighting in the city of Mariupol. Video from Aero Zvidka showing a Russian armored column with BTR-80, a BMP-2, and a tank that was targeted. Okay, music. Real quick, I trust a United States Boy Scout training more than I do anything Russian or any of their associates for military. After nearly 50 days, I trust the Boy Scouts of America more than I do the Russian military, the Kadyriovites, the Chechen forces for Russia, all of them. They've lost generals like on the front line. 6 colonels, like 7 generals. Their new general supposedly the top of the top now. But what does that mean? One more time on this. This is a video from Atrocities showing Russian armored column with a BTR-80 and a BMP-2 and a tank that was targeted. Is there any specific location? Geo confirmation? No. Is this more of it? Video 18. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. There's no geolocation. So I don't have a specific. NCOs mean non-commissioned officers, if you're wondering. So like sergeants, they're needed. You need those. So let's continue on. This was a T-72 tank. I think we already saw that clip. Yeah, there's the Typhoon. Saw that. Here's a video: Ukrainian soldiers hitting a Russian armored vehicle with a defensive position. Excuse me. Hitting a Russian armored vehicle in a defensive position with an NLAW. Music. Wow. So they have a ground video and then the drone as well. Wow. Direct hit from here. It's probably like 800 meters. 800 to 1,000 meters away. Direct hit. I'll find a poll to put up. Don't have one at this time. Video from the Azov regiment showing an artillery strike on a Russian armored vehicle in Mariupol. Looks like ammunition caught fire, which then led to a strike on a Russian tank. So this is an artillery strike on a Russian armored vehicle in Mariupol from the Azov regiment. Mariupol. Down here, southeastern port city. That's I told you, Alex, just is completely war-torn, war-ravaged. It's ground combat, tanks. I don't even know what the civilian population would be like in the city right now. It's abysmal. Mostly fighting. No, they have not verified the chemical attack. Or excuse though, what like the United States hasn't and the United Kingdom have not. They have not been able to verify the claims. Unconfirmed. Send more generals? What? Send General Mills over there. It ain't gonna matter. They're just sitting targets in there. No audio on this video, chat. No audio here. It's gonna take years to rebuild this city. This is a snapshot at one little portion of it. Oh my goodness. But the whole city looks like this. Good evening. You think it'll take decades? Yeah, we'll resume Member Monday again next Monday. Okay? I wanted to make sure Facebook gets caught up and knows that the stream's here. So we'll reincorporate Member Monday on next Monday, right? We did it this morning. This is video from Ukraine's 30th Mechanized Brigade showing Stugna P ATGM strikes on a Russian BTR-80 and a tank and what looks like artillery strikes at the end. So this is the Stugna P. We called it, nicknamed it Hunter Biden's laptop. It looks like a little computer, right? It's fired off a computer and a joystick. Here's the ATGM Stugna P. There it is, fired off this little computer system. They hit a helicopter with one of these. There was a helicopter hovering, a Ka-52. That's the helicopter that has the two rotors on it that go the opposite way. And the Ukrainians shot it down with one of these things. Wow. One more time. That's about a minute long video here, so read the description one more time. Video from Ukraine's 30th Mechanized Brigade showing a Stugna P ATGM strike on a Russian BTR-80 and a tank and what looks like artillery strikes at the end. All right. One more time. No audio on this video. Make sure you like the video, y'all. You're at 592 likes, 1,400 tuned in. Like the video. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. We were at a shadow ban all last week. Off the shadow ban. Back to the numbers we've had. Thank you guys for choosing Mercado Media to watch the war in Ukraine. We're also including other news and updates. So any major breaking news around the world or here local in Minnesota, we'll be incorporating that into these evening news updates and then going in depth with them as best we can. Obviously, the main focus is going to remain on Ukraine. But at this point, nearly 50 days in, there's only so much information being made available. The information is getting tighter now. So an incredibly grim report from Bucha. Two things that are notable is the conduct of Russian soldiers became worse after they suffered casualties, and they were contract soldiers, not conscripts. Where does this come from? A reminder. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Nora. Okay, it's an excerpt from the New York Times. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's the mass grave site in Bucha, guys. There's anything with Bucha is going to be, I should have done a trigger warning ahead of time, but anything having to do with Bucha, I'm just advanced extra warning, okay? It's there's mass graves in Bucha. We watched the uncensored videos already a few days ago when they came out, or maybe it was a week ago. We visited Bucha, documented dozens of killings of civilians, interviewed scores of witnesses, and followed local investigators to uncover the scale of Russian atrocities. A mother killed by, and this reading is going to be graphic too, by the way. I'm going to let you guys know that now. A mother killed by a sniper while walking with her family to fetch a thermos of tea. A woman held as a sex slave, naked except for fur coat and locked into a potato cellar before being executed. 2 sisters dead in their home, their bodies left slumped on the floor for weeks. Bucha is a landscape of horrors. This is where Bucha is, if you guys are wondering. This is all the video of the civilians in the street and the UAV, the satellite imagery of the war crimes that's from Bucha. That's here. And the mass graves. For the first day of the war, February 24th, civilians bore the brunt of Russian assault on Bucha, a few miles west of Kyiv, Ukraine's capital. Russian special forces approaching on foot through the woods shot at cars on the road, and a column of armored vehicles fired on and killed a woman in her garden as they drove into the suburb. But those early cruelties paled in comparison to what came after. As the Russian advance on Kyiv stalled in the face of fierce resistance, civilians said, the enemy occupation of Bucha slid into a campaign of terror and revenge. When a defeated and demoralized Russian army finally retreated, it left behind a grim tableau. Bodies of dead civilians strewn in the streets, in basements, or in backyards, many with gunshot wounds to their heads, some with their hands tied behind their backs. Reporters and photographers for the New York Times spent more than a week with city officials, coroners, and scores of witnesses in Bucha uncovering new details of execution-style atrocities against civilians. The Times documented the bodies of almost 36 people where they were killed in their homes, in the woods, set on fire in a vacant parking lot, and learned the story behind many of their deaths. The Times also witnessed more than 100 body bags at a communal grave in the city's cemetery. The evidence suggests the Russians killed recklessly and sometimes sadistically, in part out of revenge. These are documented war crimes on a map. 5 men in a summer camp basement. Woman killed in a garden. 6 dead in a home for seniors. Mother shot next to her daughter. Rape victim found in a cellar. School. Son shot next to father. Man on unpaved street. 3 civilians in a backyard. Family of 4 among 6 victims. Body found in a basement. 2 brothers found in a bush. Man found in a curb. 4 bodies in the street. Body in the street. Man shot dead. Man found decapitated. Man covered in dirt. Man and woman in concrete pit. Man who went out for bread, a communal grave, and a cemetery. Unsuspecting civilians were killed carrying out the simplest of daily activities. A retired teacher known as Auntie Lydia, short for Ludmila, was shot mid-morning on March 5th as she opened her front door on a small side street. Her body lay twisted half inside the door more than a month later. Okay. My God. Her younger sister Nina, who was mentally disabled and lived with her, was dead on the kitchen floor. It was not clear how she died. They took the territory and were shooting so no one would approach. A neighbor, Surhe, said, "Why would you kill a grandma?" So there's, oh my goodness. Constant threat from snipers. Bucha had been one of the most desirable commuter suburbs of Kyiv. Nestled between fir tree forests and a river, it had modern shopping malls and new residential complexes, as well as old-fashioned summer cabins set among trees and gardens. The Russian author Mikhail Bulgakov had summer house there. Days after Russian troops drove into town, the Ukrainian army struck back, setting tanks and armored vehicles ablaze in an attack on a Russian column. As many as 20 vehicles burned in a huge fireball that ignited homes all along one side of the street. Some Russian soldiers fled, carrying their wounded through the woods. Russian reinforcements arrived several days later in an aggressive mood. They set up base in an apartment complex behind school number 3. That's up here. School number 3. Oops. My goodness. It's all of them are documented here. I read that. Russian reinforcements arrived several days later in an aggressive mood. They set up base in an apartment complex behind school number 3, the main high school on Volkoza or Station Street, and posted a sniper in a high-rise building still under construction. They made their headquarters farther south in a glass factory on the Bucha River. Until then, the residents of Bucha had been sheltering from Russian missile and artillery strikes, many of them sleeping in basements and cellars, but some had ventured outside from time to time to get water or sneak a look at the damage. Shelling had been sporadic, and much of the Russian artillery fire was aimed over their heads at Irpin, the next town over. After the assault on the column, the atmosphere hardened. On March 4th, Vladimir Fyodkitsov, 50, set out on foot around 5 p.m. to pick up a loaf of bread from neighbors who were baking at home. His mother and brother had told him not to go out, but he insisted, his mother recalled later. Russian vehicles were driving along a road at the end of their street, and the neighbors heard 2 gunshots. They found him the next day dead on the street. Days passed before they could load him into a wheelbarrow and push him to the hospital morgue before hurrying home. On March 5th, a Russian sniper began firing on anything moving south of the high school. Auntie Liuda was shot in the morning. That afternoon, a father and his son stepped out on the gate to go for a walk along their street, Yablunska, or Apple Tree Street. They shot my son, his father, Ivan, said. I was next to him. It would be better if it had been me. So the entire story of Bucha, this is going to just keep going. Wow. And then there's the mass graves. That's in Bucha. All right. Back to videos. Destroyed Russian BMD-4M in Bucha. So same city. Video coming out of Bucha of a destroyed Russian BMD-4M.
Бачите? Отаке буде з кожним. Подивіться, що наші Збройні Сили зробили. Хлам. Вигоріло все до хламу, розірвали на шмаття. Отакі хвальоні БМП-3. Бачите? Отаке буде з кожним. Подивіться, що наші Збройні Сили зробили. Хлам. Вигоріло все до хламу, розірвали на шмаття. Отакі хвальоні БМП-3.
Continuing on. Ukraine, a Russia supply point was hit by Ukrainian fire, destroying 2 fuel trucks and an apparent supply truck. Are we really doing all we can? This is a good time for this video after we saw that. And this is, again, if you don't care for the 44 Obama, that's fine. I don't care about your feelings. But I wasn't really a big fan of Obama when I was younger anyways, especially in the military. It was tough. But he did an interview talking about Ukraine because he was president of the United States in 2014. And so this was an interview that he conducted talking about how he's changed since he was in office, and then he does provide a interesting anecdote at the end of this interview. So this is President Obama. This was a couple days ago. Has over 1 million views, and the comments are on there were a lot of them were like, "Oh man, I wasn't a fan of Obama, but like this is some real shit he said." So again, this is President Obama in an interview and talking about how Putin has changed. Because again, keep in mind, Obama had to deal with Vladimir Putin. He was there in 2014. So here we go.
Ask you to talk a little bit about Ukraine, where we are right now, and something that I think everybody here would appreciate is is the chance to hear you talk about this through the prism of your knowledge of Vladimir Putin. You spent a lot of time with him, a lot of time grappling with him. Spend a couple of minutes, if you can, explaining where we are and where you think this is headed.
Well, it is a tragedy of historic proportions. That's not news to people here. You can see it. I think that it is calling the question about a set of trends around the world that we've seen building for some time. Putin represented a very particular reaction to the ideals of democracy, but also globalization, the collision of cultures, the ability to harness anger and resentment around a ethno-nationalist mythology. And what we're seeing is the consequences of that kind of toxic mix in the hands of an autocratic government that doesn't have a lot of checks and balances. I think it is also fair to say that it is a bracing reminder for democracies that had gotten flabby, and
he's talking about Western governments right now. He's being extra careful with his words, which isn't common with him. That's what he was known for, was his speaking ability, but he's being very careful, but he's criticizing the West. Just keep listening.
Confused and feckless around the stakes of things that we tended to take for granted.
You include our democracy in that?
Yes. Rule of law, freedom of press and conscience, of the sort that, one of your previous speakers, Maria Rasa, represents, that you have to fight for that information, or you have to fight to provide people the information they need to be free and self-governing, that it doesn't just happen inevitably. Independent judiciaries, making elections work in ways that are fair and free. We have gotten complacent, and I think that I cannot guarantee that as a consequence of what's happened, we are shaking off that complacency. I will say that as somebody who grappled with the incursion into Crimea and the eastern portions of Ukraine, I have been encouraged by the European reaction, because in 2014, I often had to drag them kicking and screaming to respond in ways that we would have wanted to see from those of us who describe ourselves as Western democracies. In terms of Putin and where he takes this, there's been a lot of literature about this, a lot of reporting about this. I don't know that the person I knew is the same as the person who is now leading this charge. He was always ruthless. You witnessed what he did in Chechnya. He had no qualms about crushing those who he considered a threat. That's not new. For him to bet the farm in this way, I would not have necessarily predicted from him 5 years ago. How much of that is, there have been speculation of the psychology of how much of that is him aging, him being isolated during COVID, et cetera. but as much as I think we cannot count on sudden rationality from him, and as disquieting as the absolute control of information within Russia makes me doubtful about any kind of grassroots or oligarch resistance to the current course of events.
So he's saying that based upon what Putin is doing and based upon the course that Putin is taking, he doesn't believe that there's going to be a fifth column that Putin had called out, the like an inside like oligarch or someone inside of Russia that's going to stop him. Obama doesn't believe that's going to happen.
The current course of events. I think that what has happened in Ukraine in many ways is more remarkable than, or less predictable than Putin wanting to seize territory.
You mean the high level of resistance?
The high level of resistance, the degree to which you have somebody like a Zelensky responding to the moment. Part of what changed between 2014 and today is that I think a sense of national identity continued to fortify itself. And ironically, him lopping off, at least informally annexing Crimea and portions on the east, I think clarified within Ukraine who they were and what they stood for. And I also think the thing that he did not fully anticipate is the degree to which the nature of war has changed, where everybody is seeing exactly what is happening on a real-time basis, and all those things.
Is he wrong about that too? We've been watching this war since day one. We're regular people. I'm sure y'all, I mean, if you guys are watching me, you guys don't watch the mainstream news anyways, right? Like, let's just be real. I mean, I don't watch the mainstream news at all. I don't watch the news at all, period. I go through it with you guys, but you guys are watching me because you don't watch the news or the mainstream news.
And all those things on a real-time basis.
And the fact that we've been able to see this war in real time, like weeks ago, I'd say maybe 3 weeks ago now. It's been a couple weeks since I've been able to do this, but a video would be posted. We'd find the geographic location, put the coordinates in, go to Google Maps, see that where it is, bang. Real-time information was coming out for us. We were watching the Russian military invade on CCTV footage. We were tapping into CCTV videos along the routes, especially in Kherson. And we were watching the Russians just drive right into Ukraine, and the level of just regular people able to find information now and get information and be in the know is something that Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin probably didn't calculate either. And that regular ass people can like see what the Russian military is doing. They can't hide it. And
all those things, I think, may lead to,
yes, like listening to Russian comms. We did that. We listened to the Russians radio, Russia radio, or the comms from the Russian military.
I won't say a happy resolution, but I think has the potential of preventing a maximalist victory for Putin, and that over the long term may allow for a independent Ukraine.
Two more quick things on this. Do you think that Ukraine can win by your definition of what win might be?
I mean, you look at these cities and you look at the populations and you look at the exodus. It's hard to describe that as a win. And I think it's too early to tell what an end game looks like. I would not try to predict not only what's in the minds of Putin, but also how the Ukrainians conceive of this struggle because we are sitting here comfortably and they are going through heck. And I, the one thing I try not to do is to project onto them what they should do and what they should, what we should, how we should define what's tolerable, what the nature of the resistance should look like, how if
basically like telling Ukraine what's right and what's not right, which I mean, we've avoided doing that here in our coverage too. Ukraine's had it. I was talking, my language has changed too, because my language, even just in the coverage here, like I was heavily just expecting Russia to take the city of Kyiv. I really thought that was going to happen in the first couple weeks. Many did. I mean, they were moving so fast. Like I couldn't physically stay awake any longer during those days, because there's just like, they were moving. Like I was up, we were 12-hour streams we were going, and then I would run a stream even when I was in bed, just because of how much was happening.
Negotiations proceed, those should proceed. I think what we can, the nature of the resistance should look like, how if negotiations proceed, those should proceed.
But even with that being said, it's not our place to tell Ukraine like what to do and what not to do. We just assist them. What did Zelensky ask for early on? He needs what? He needs weapons. He needs bullets.
I think what we can do is support them and their efforts and their courage. And I think the other thing that we can do is take this as a lesson that sadly they're paying the price for, but that we still have. That speaks to a much more bumpy, difficult, violent, challenging future for the coming generation if we don't get some things right here at home, in Europe, and in Asia, in Latin America, because these are not, what's happening there is not isolated.
He's talking now. He's talking about the bigger picture, and then this part here is the part that got me. All right, we finally arrived there. We arrived to the part that I really wanted you guys to listen to, and what he's about to talk about, because this part is, and I would agree with his analysis here on the bigger picture, that the Russia isn't the only place that this is a problem. It's just Russia's in a full scale invasion on Ukraine, but their ideology and beliefs are not. That's not the only place that is a thing.
What we're seeing is a reversion back to old ways of thinking about power and place and identity. And I think part of our complacency grew out of the notion that once the Berlin Wall fell and Mandela was released and the world was flat, and you had McDonald's everywhere, and now suddenly that was it. And
Is he wrong? Huh? The Berlin Wall fell, right? Mandela was released, and it seemed like, I mean, like he said McDonald's went everywhere, and then NATO was like NATO, and then it's like, all right, we have a peaceful world now from here on out, forever and ever. Amen. Like we don't have to deal with any of the centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries of conflict and war that have happened in the world. Like once after World War II, it's almost like NATO and the organizations were like, yep, all right, peaceful world forever and ever. We got peace on earth. That's it. All right, we did our job. And we can clearly see that was the mentality that they had, because every time that we've expected NATO to like take an action or like do something big. I mean, we've seen Boris Johnson arrived from the United Kingdom. That was a huge move. And then Ursula von der Leyen from the European Union showing up was a huge move. But it's like, they really thought that was it, huh? Like we got peace on earth now. We're NATO. We made it. We got world organizations working together now for defensive pacts You know, I agree with Obama's analysis here. The world thought, I mean, he used the analogy with McDonald's. Russia had McDonald's, sent McDonald's everywhere, westernized the world some. Hey, we got peace now.
Now, suddenly, McDonald's everywhere, and now, suddenly, that was it. And we were done. And we forgot that post-World War II, 50-year stretch to 60-year stretch, that's the anomaly. Right? And that there is millennia of brutality and pillage and violence and displacement and cruelty, and we created a set of institutions out of 60 million people dying in World War II, and tried to reconfigure, how we might organize our societies, but it is not self-executing, right? It's something that we have to continually that we have to continually nurture and respond to new circumstances, whether that's changes in technology, changes in globalization, climate change. All those things require us to say, all right, what does that mean for our capacity to maintain human dignity and freedom and self-governance? And that's the prism through which we should be examining these questions and being willing to modify, adjust, reform our institutions to keep up with that. And that's something that I think we have not done as well as we need to.
Yep. Complacency. 50, 60 years after World War II, it's been a world of
more financial trouble for Russia today. The credit rating agency,
not completely peaceful. You got, since then, you have NATO countries going all over the Middle East, right, for resources. So, I mean, not truly 50 to 60 years of complete peace, but this is the first major conventional war between two nations since World War II. And the facade is starting to the facade is peeling back. It's been peeling back, but the facade is peeling back. All right, let's continue on. And if you can't handle watching people speak because your emotions are so sensitive and you're a little sensitive Nancy, and you just can't listen to someone else talk because they disagree with you, that's tough, man. Super tough. I didn't vote for Obama either, but if you're just so emotionally sensitive you can't listen to the man talk, it's tough place to be. Presumably the aftermath of Ukrainian strikes on the Russian military column. So there's two videos. Ukrainian UAV footage of a Russian convoy that was targeted. So let's watch this first, and then let's watch the second video. So there's a column. Look at how bunched up they are. Look at this is about how much spacing, maybe even a little more than this, between vehicles, but their whole lead element is just on top of each other. And then the back of terrible tactics forever. All right. Here's a second video, presumably the aftermath of Ukrainian strikes on a Russian military column. Why does the video look like we're... it's probably have sensitive information on the screen. This is it. This is the aftermath of that. It's like the screen is at an angle, and then the video captured the screen at a funky angle. So that's why it looks like this. There's an explosion. How many column videos have we seen of Russian vehicles just getting destroyed on any convoy that they run? Excuse me. Keep up the great work, Andrew. Thank you, Coach Brian. Many. Let's look at the first one more time. See if we can compare. Shaky cam. You can really, okay, you really only see the one vehicle on fire here. You only really see the one. 2 destroyed T-72B3 tanks. There's some music to it, so no audio. Still got another hour and 15 minutes left on the stream. You guys can catch us here at 9 p.m. Central Time. Monday through Thursday. And then Saturday night. Friday night's my night off, and then Sunday's my day off. Okay. Continuing on, looking at Rob Lee. Let's look at the list. Refresh. What do we got here? Ukraine, very clear drone video showing how the T-72B seen below was destroyed by Ukrainian indirect fire in the Kyiv Oblast. Is there a thread with this? Oh, we have more video, even more videos coming out now. 990, 989. Let's do this one. Let's do this one first and then scroll up. So, very clear drone video showing how the T-72B was seen below was destroyed by Ukrainian indirect fire in the Kyiv Oblast. So this is a Russian tank being destroyed by Ukrainian indirect fire. You can see the tank right here in the wood line. Very clear video. And it's got music. Great. Pause. Can't even hide them in the woods. Concealment hasn't helped them any. Oops. It's a nearly 2-minute video. And then that's the minutes destroyed completely. And then on the ground. They have a song playing, so I muted it. There's no audio you're missing out on. And then there they go walk up to it. Oof. The whole interior. Okay, one more time on the video. This is a very clear drone video showing how the T-72B was seen below was destroyed by Ukrainian indirect fire. So it's a Russian T-72B being destroyed by Ukrainian indirect fire in the tree line. How does one teach free thought? What? Give them a joint? Give the person a blunt and say, "Here, tell me what you think." You don't teach free thought. It's your own thoughts. Think freely. So you can see it's a Russian vehicle even from the top because it's got the V on it. This tank has the V. It appears that the Z propaganda efforts are slowly dying out now. That was like a spiked interest for a little while, and I had a feeling, and I'm glad at least seemingly right now, in its current right now, it's not taking off. We've seen a lot of the letter V vehicles lately now getting destroyed. It didn't go from Z to V. That Z letter is just their Eastern military. It doesn't mean anything. It was given a symbol because it was the most seen letter. It still kind of is. And that unit was cannon fodder, so why not rally people thinking that it's a scary symbol when it's really their worst? They're just different military indicators. There's an O as well, and a square. Z was for the northern attack. Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue on. This is Ukraine. Serious destruction in the town of Novodar. Where is this? I haven't heard of this town. The town of Novoadar after Ukrainian fire claimed to be a Toka-U missile and a Smerch MRL rockets by pro-Russian channels. Hidden ammo depot of the Russian forces. We can see 15 or more supply trucks along with 2+ BM-21 Grad pattern MRLs taken out. So where is this town? Novodar, north of Lugansk. There's Novodar right here. There's Donetsk, Lugansk, Novodar. Wow. Town of Novodar. I wonder if we can like find this. Is it on the further images show the amount of vehicles and ammunition destroyed? Notice the projectiles strewn around. Novodar. Oh, there's a few roads in here. I can't really travel. Can't really travel around. The street views aren't working. Another view. Nothing really from what we're looking for, though. It doesn't really give a geo confirmation either. Let's continue on. Ukraine and the Kyiv Oblast. Ukrainian forces destroyed a Russian R-149MA1 command and staff vehicle, captured a D-30 Alpha, 122mm howitzer. The last one appears to be hit with a mortar shell. However, the gun itself looks like it could be usable in the future. Ukrainian drone footage showing a Russian position hit by indirect fire. 2 BMP variants are destroyed. Russian fighting position hit by Ukrainian indirect fire. No audio. Make sure you guys like the video if you haven't. You're at 746 likes out of 1,000. There's 1,500 of y'all tuned in. Welcome to Mercado Media. I'm Andrew Mercado. This is my channel, named after my last name, so you're in the right spot. There's no Member Monday the rest of today because there's a lot of Facebook viewers here, so we want to get to know the community. It'll be back on next week. Monday chats. The chat feature on Monday is set to members only on Mondays and Mondays only. Dang. We got Skull in the chat. Busy outside. There's really nowhere. I mean, even from the sky, their vehicles from the sky are so easily identifiable too because of those big white letters on top of them. You can see that there's a triangle on this one. You can see that one easily. What up, WizKid? I see you. Join our Discord server, y'all. Join our Discord server. It's in the description or it's in the chat right now. We have an amazing Discord server, nearly 4,000 in the server. I post updates and announcements there, as well as our Twitter page. But if you guys don't have Twitter, definitely join our Discord server. One more time. You can see them from space with a good satellite. It's what we're watching them in 1080p, nearly 4K. Just wanted to say thank you, donating directly and raising awareness for the second and third best way to support Ukraine besides fighting. They're being hit in their vehicles. No. We're supposed to get snow at the end of the week, yeah. That's why we got outside today for softball a little bit. But the weather's supposed to be getting colder in Minnesota. I know. Yep, we got Speak the Truth. We got John to go through still. I found a YouTuber, there's a Russian YouTuber, one of the big ones. He's got 1 million subs, and he posted his feelings on Russia. We're gonna watch that too. All right, and then we'll recap everything that we've gone through, and then that'll likely be it. We're at the 2-hour mark. Hey, we're at the 2-hour mark in the stream. We're in the final hour or so. I say or so because if I go past the 3-hour mark, it's okay. I mean, it's not like I'm bound to 3 hours. Sometimes it's 3.5 hours. The other night it was 3 hours and 40 minutes. But comment where you're tuning in from. What city, what state, where in the world are you watching from? I'm your host again, Andrew Mercado. I'm streaming live from Minnesota. I'm here in Minnesota. Lots of happenings in Minneapolis over the last couple years. And we'll be going through some of that towards the end of the stream. We got Calgary tuned in, Ohio, New York, the Metaverse, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. How you doing? Colorado Springs, Colorado's tuned in. Michigan's tuned in. Archer Point, Alaska. I lived in Fairbanks for 4 years. We got NOLA tuned in. Germany, Fresno, California. Hello, Kenosha. We got Long Island, New York. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. New York, but originally from Ukraine. Good to have you here. Mississippi for members tonight. Thanks for no members tonight. Yes, we gotta let the Facebook audience integrate. And again, Facebook, if you are a monthly Facebook paid, if you've been tuned in over there on Facebook, I will be going live to the supporters. If you have that badge on Facebook, if you have the supporter badge on Facebook, 20 minutes to 30 minutes before this stream every night, I'm going to be going live and just doing a Q&A and then a short update to the supporters, just to keep a Facebook stream going for those that have been supporting there since day one. And I can't do a multi-stream anymore. Well, I can, but the algorithm doesn't work. The stream's dead. I mean, just look at, there's been 1,500 people tuned in all night here, and that's about what we were at the whole time. And I've been going live all week, multi-streaming to Facebook, and there's been maybe 900 people, which, again, I'd stream to 2 people. If there's only 2 people tuned in, I have. But when you know your numbers aren't where they're supposed to be and where they were at, it was causing a problem. So there isn't going to be any more multi-streams to Facebook alongside the YouTube stream, but I will be doing individual Facebook streams and updates. And again, on our Facebook page, we post all of these tweets that we're going through and video clips that we're watching. We post on our Facebook page too. So let's continue on. Let's look at John's update real fast, and then we'll go to Speak the Truth. We appreciate you, Perth, Australia. Welcome. He hasn't posted in... Or did I miss it? He didn't post a video today, huh? Day 47, 19 hours ago. 19 hours ago. Battle for Donbas, brutality versus Ukraine. This is John Sweeney. Spam those orange hat emojis in the chat.
Of Vladimir Putin's war, the electricity's still on, the internet's still on, there are no Russian tanks in Krashatik or anything like it, and I'm still wearing my lucky orange hat. The Russians have lost the battle for Kyiv. What happens next is the battle for the Donbas. This is down south. Remember, in 2014, Russian forces and their proxies took half of 2 counties in the southeast, Donetsk and Lugansk.
Thank you, Thomas.
And now, in this phase of the war, which started in late February, they've got a kind of rim of towns and one city, Kherson, down south. And what they're hoping to do, I think by May the 9th, which is the anniversary of the end of the Second World War in Soviet terms, is to consolidate those gains, and then Vladimir Putin will call it a victory. That'll be a lie, of course. But the problem for the Ukrainians is that here up north in the Battle for Kyiv, they were defending, and they did so brilliantly. Attacking is much more difficult and much more costly in terms of blood and treasure. And the West hasn't really given the Ukrainians enough heavy metal to make this thing a done deal. So it's difficult to call. The Russians have got a new sole commander for the battle in the south. That's smarter. He's brutal. He's a veteran of Russian brutality in Syria. And actually, in a funny way, that gives me hope. Because the best commanders in World War II were not brutal. They were intelligent. They played chess well. And just getting a fascist pig in charge of your army isn't the right way to go. So I remain optimistic, but there's genuine cause for worry for the second battle. Let's see what happens. Love from Kyiv.
It said we'll see what happens. All right, that's John Sweeney. There it is with his hat. A more full picture of him. His lucky orange hat. Shout out to our veteran community in the chat. Comment if you're a veteran of any armed forces in the world. All right, let's do Speak the Truth first. All right, Russian special forces execute covert operations.
How?
Speak the Truth video. Rob Turkla's channel. He's been in our feed a few times. He does excellent work breaking this down in video format. Provides analysis. He was a U.S. Army sniper. Been watching him since this channel was at 20,000 subscribers, and now they're at 216,000. So been killing it. We've been tuned in since day 2 or whatever. This is Rob from Speak the Truth. Go subscribe and like the video.
How are you guys doing? Hey, yesterday was the first day I've actually not uploaded since this entire conflict started. I know we've uploaded every single day. I was actually with my daughter all day, and I had to take her down to a birthday party, so I was a little bit tied up. So my apologies. But I will say I do have a little bit of a banger for you guys. It's a banger for you guys today. So if you guys are new, map has changed just a tad bit down here in the eastern side of the country. This is going to be the focal point of this war from here on out until something changes. So red Russia, blue Ukraine. So if you guys are new to the channel, yes, this is my map. It is updated every single day. If you're new, do yourself a favor and subscribe, because I generally do not miss uploads. Yesterday was the first time in 2 months we have actually missed one. It wasn't on purpose. I spent the day with my daughter. So if you're ever wondering if the normal Russian citizen was ever supporting the war in Ukraine or if they supported the troops, well, here is a video coming out of Kirk's region. This is actually the civilians are doing a sending off or seeing off of their soldiers inside of this area.
What does that look like?
And even more ironic, this next clip is actually coming from a pro-Russian rally being held in Germany. Yes, Germany of all places. These people live in a free society and have access to free thinking media. They can actually see stuff on the internet. And this video, hey, just go ahead and play that one.
Oh, Rob. Oh, Rob. Rob's getting there. I like it. I like to see it. I'm starting to see this shit.
So the ironic thing about this, I know this is going to sound crazy. This is ironic. The fact that the people in Germany are claiming the Russians are freeing the Ukrainians from the Nazis. Yes, that's what they believe, that Russia is freeing Ukraine from Nazis. The people in, it's just, I don't know. Weird. Very strange times. And this is another video coming out of Shanghai. Once again, we showed this the other day, and they remember them screaming, doing their little bit and piece there. But the unrest has gotten so bad due to the lockdowns. I think they're on day like 4 now of another Shanghai deal. Apparently, there's food shortage and causing civilians to go a little stir crazy, apparently. So here is that.
That's the other thing, too. I need to... Hey, Join our Discord server for other reasons too. If you guys have seen these clips already and would like me to like go through them and talk about it on stream, definitely join our Discord server. This is stuff that I need to cover too, and I forget. But if you guys would help me out, I have the Discord up, and I would easily just grab the link and pull it up. There's just so much news going on, y'all, and I've been so invested in Ukraine. But like these happenings, we need to add into our coverage. The world's going through it, and we need to be on it.
So the Russian ambassador to the United States has recently said that Western shipments of arms to Ukraine, which are being used against Russian forces, are beginning to reach a breaking point in which a direct conflict with U.S., NATO, and Russia is very likely. I don't see that being the case. I don't know this for a fact, but I believe Russia knows they would lose that conflict, that war. There's just no way. Maybe I'm just ignorant because I am an American living in America. But I think the rest of the world pretty much knows this, and I think Russia should know this, that they wouldn't win a toe-to-toe battle with anybody, or NATO, or America, in fact. I don't think that's a thing. China's also apparently moving arms to the allies of Russia. They're moving them to Serbia. They flew over 2 NATO countries, by the way, to do so. Western concerns that an arm buildup in the Balkans during the war in Ukraine can threaten peace in the region. I don't really know why that has to be said out loud, but apparently they had to. They delivered 18 of these anti-aircraft systems you guys are currently seeing over the last 48 hours. So yes, China is somewhat helping them, not somewhat is. So we know they're clearly on the same side there. So Finland and Sweden, we talked about them a few.
You guys noticing Rob trying to slow down too? I've noticed since this video, he is talking a little slower. That's been like the one thing that most people said with Rob. He talks so fast. He does, but he gets a lot of information out there. He puts a lot of information into 15 minutes. But if you're wondering, this is Rob Turkla. He's big deal, right? He's big. He's got millions and millions of followers. But this channel is like a secondary project for him that he just decided to do. But it's 216,000 subs. Definitely go support this channel. We've been consuming his content since day one. So if you guys watch my stream, please go to his video and his channel and give it a like and a subscribe too, because we've been using this as a supplement since day 2.
Times over the last week. They are now both set to join NATO as soon as this summer. I saw soon Sweden would be after Finland, but I think Finland was going to join in June is what it's looking like. So this is somewhat ironic due to the fact that Putin's main goal of this entire war was to stop the expansion of NATO east. But guess what? His invasion now has done nothing but invigorated and unified NATO alliance and ended up expanding to his borders. So it is somewhat ironic. And I'm kind of glad about this because, of course, I'm going to be on NATO's side here. But Sweden and Finland are fairly strong militaries. You know, Sweden's got some money. Finland's got a pretty good military. I mean, they did defeat the Russians, I think it was in 39 or 38 when they tried to take over there. I think we talked about this the other day. There was 200,000 of them. The Finnish general stated you could bring your men and your 200. You could join the 200,000 of you guys who are already here. So, all right. So over in Kyiv, another mass grave has actually been discovered. 50 civilians have been found to have been shot by Russian troops on the road leading into the village of Buzovaya. Within the village itself, they've also found another mass grave with dozens of bodies inside of it. So there's another indication that the same stuff has been going on. And I told you guys I thought this stuff would continue to go out. Who knows what's going on inside the areas that they've been controlling since the very beginning. And also, apparently it's going to go inside this order. This is coming from the Chechnyan leader. The mighty Chechnyan leader himself has said that they're going to take Mariupol and complete the takeover of the eastern side of the country and then move north to secure Kyiv. He said that is going to be the goal and they're going to do it. I'm going to say right now, it's going to be a very difficult task. By that time, I'm sure they're going to have much more munitions in place and a little bit better strategy. I do believe the West is going to step in at some point. I will say, if we're going to look at this map real quick, this area, if you guys are new, down here on the eastern side of the country, which is right here, Sloviansk, Severodonetsk, and
wait, hold on. What did he say? He says the West will step in? One more time.
They're going to have much more munitions in place and a little bit better strategy. I do believe the West is going to step in at some point. I will say, if we're going to look at this map real quick.
One more time.
my mighty Chechnyan leader himself, has said that they're going to take Mariupol and complete the takeover of the eastern side of the country and then move north to secure Kyiv. He said that that is going to be the goal, and they're going to do it.
I watched that straight from Kyiv himself. He posted it on the internet.
I'm going to say right now, it's going to be a very difficult task. By that time, I'm sure they're going to have much more munitions in place and a little bit better strategy. I do believe the West is going to step in at some point. I will say, if we're going to look at this map real quick, this area, if you guys are new, down here on the eastern side of the country, which is right here, Sloviansk, Severodonetsk, and pretty much this entire area, Popsana, pretty much this entire area you guys are seeing. I'm just going to draw this little square. We're going to see casualty rates as high as World War II over the next month or so. That's if this conflict goes on. We know that the Russian buildup right now is fairly massive right here, like fairly massive. They moved a lot of...
If you want to know where on the map he's looking at, like I know it's kind of zoomed in. That's going on over here. So where he's at, this is all of Ukraine, right, on your screen. Here's Lviv over here. Here's Kyiv. And now he's over here, okay? So the map's kind of zoomed in this region. This is to the east. Here's Kharkiv. Here's Lugansk, Donetsk. The southeast is Mariupol. So he's talking about this region in here. Kramatorsk and Slovansk. I can't. Struggling with the words, but I know Sloviansk. I have a speech impediment, chat.
Of BTGs into this area, but a lot of these...
Listen, I stuttered. I had to stutter until I was about 12 years old, so I've came a long way.
BTGs are actually... I'm not going to say that they're inoperable, but they're not fully manned, because there are a lot of the ones that came out of Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kyiv over the last 2 weeks or so. They've been moving in, and we do know there's a lot there, of a huge, massive buildup there. But Kharkiv has been shelled 66 times in the last 24 hours. 66 times. If you guys don't know where Kharkiv is at, so this is going to be the main area that we're going to be talking about, by the way, is going to be the eastern side of the country, because that's pretty much where everything is. That's actually where everything is going on as right now. So Kharkiv was shelled 66 times in the last 24 hours. 11 people were killed, including children, and 14 more were injured. Kharkiv is one of the areas they haven't been able to take. And if we move just a little bit north, you guys have this town of Belgorod, which is right here. Now, this is a logistical hub and has been for the entire time. It's one of the areas the Russians utilize to rotate their soldiers in and out for rest and refit. So they do rotate them in and out of this area, and they have been since the beginning of the conflict. Now, there's a lot of main routes that come in out of here, a lot of supplies. Kupiansk is one of the areas, which we know is down on... Let's see. Here's Kupiansk right here. Matter of fact, Kupiansk is another logistical...
He speeds up. Now he speeds up when he's doing military talk. That's just how it is. This is how we are. We talk fast with military stuff. He was doing well when he was going over the news stuff, but now he's doing tactics and military movements. I put on the subtitles to help you guys just follow along with the reading, because that's what I can do individual videos. I'll put the subtitles on the video.
The areas, which we know is down on... Let's see. Here's Kupiansk right here. Matter of fact, Kupiansk is another logistical hub. You know,
that's in here. So Kupiansk logistical hub in here. All right. So that's in this part. Here's Kharkiv. All the news of the shellings. Kupiansk is in here. Kupiansk. I apologize. In the red. Russian-controlled, Russian-occupied territory. So right in here. Kupiansk.
I'm going to go ahead and clean this map up because it kind of irritates me when it's like that. All right. They're nice and clean. So here's Kupiansk. This is a logistical hub. The same thing with Belgorod, which is going to be just right here. So I'll keep those for you guys.
Belgrad's in Russia. Belgorod right here. That's Russia. Okay. Here's a big map. Right? Ukraine. Big ass Russia right here. Go all the way over here too. Yeah. There's Alaska. There's Alaska, Russia, right? Big ass country. Belgorod.
Russian activity in the Kharkiv area has actually been pretty much the same thing over the past week. SOF units have been attacking critical infrastructures to try and weaken Ukrainian defensive operations. So there's roughly 5 BTGs worth of men, Russians that is, on the outskirts of Kharkiv currently. They've actually mined this entire area, which I do have shown here. So you guys see this right here. This is now been added. So that area, they're now starting to lay mines, the same type of stuff that we saw them doing on the eastern side of Kyiv before they were actually overran. So this entire area is going to be a focal point, and they've been doing little tiny probing ops trying to find a weak point in the Ukrainian defenses to actually.
Sounds just like Kyiv. Sounds like just like they did in Kyiv, and they got destroyed every time they tried to do a probing mission. The Russian military did. Every time they tried to probe Kyiv. Oh, Cleve with the $100 super chat. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, my man. Much appreciated. Thank you. You threw me off. There. Where are we at? They tried to find a weak point in the Ukrainian defenses all around Kyiv as well, especially near Brovary. And I touched on this earlier in the stream, but Brovary is where we saw more than 2, at least, definitely 3 viral clips of columns just getting ambushed by both Bayraktar and shoulder-fired rockets by Ukrainian military over here in Brovary. So it sounds like they're going to try the same thing on Kharkiv that they did in Kyiv. Let's see what Rob has to say.
Get in and actually continue that offensive south. They have not been able to push into Kharkiv, as we know. This whole entire area for the Russians has been pretty significantly difficult to maintain. They did take over the town of Kyiv toward the beginning. They've done nothing but lose ground inside of this area. So right now there's 5 BTGs worth of men surrounding Kharkiv. So like I told you guys, I use Belgorod as a logistical hub. So a lot of the men are moving in and out of there. And I will say, see this main route. I'm going to go ahead and just draw it real quick for you guys. All right, so leads down. This is the one they're taking to get all the resupply down into Kupiansk and the northern side of Izium. So the image you guys are currently seeing is a satellite image. It's coming out of this town of Velky Burlak right there. So it's just off that main route, and there's hundreds of vehicles inside of this image, including armored vehicles and artillery pieces moving southbound through this town. Now it's 8 miles long.
Are we 8 miles? This one's 8 miles long. Are we like repeating the same beginning? They're gonna try to the same thing again. It's like deja vu. Again. Y'all remember we went over this last night. Remember the 40-mile long convoy that just like evaporated because they didn't have food, fuel, supplies. Now this area might have. I mean, this area will be. They'll be able to restock and resupply these units because they're a little closer to Russia. Like Rob said, you got Belgorod right here, and then they're able to resupply out of Kupiansk to their forward units. But over here, they didn't do that. They didn't do that at all. But then again, Kyiv's to the center of the country, so they were cut off over here without anything. They were just left to figure it out. It's like deja vu.
So it's another one of these really long convoys, and that's exactly where it's at. And you can already tell where it's going. So I mean, I could take my little racer tool and show you guys. I mean, this is pretty evident. It's going to come down this main route and link up in Kupiansk. And I told you guys at the very beginning, when the eastern side of this country became the new focal point, then I believe that Kupiansk was going to be one of the logistical hubs. And I believe that this is one of the areas of Ukrainian, this is one of the areas they need to actually target if they're even able to. I don't think they can get that far back there as of right now. It's going to be the same thing as Ivankiv was in the the northwest side of Kyiv. That was their logistical hub. This is it right here. It also has a train station that goes through there, so they're able to get supplies in from Russia through on train. So this is also the 3rd time Russian forces have hit the nitric acid tanks in Rubizan. I thought it was the same thing over and over again. Yes, this is the 3rd time. This is nuts. So here's Rubizan right here. Heavy conflicts have been going on there since the very
3 times? They've hit it 3 times. It's a nitric acid plant.
beginning. I actually have footage I'm going to show you guys of this right now.
Yeah, and Rob actually thought one of our first videos were fake because just the way the smoke looks, but these are been confirmed multiple times. Like the video, y'all. You're at 860 out of 1,000. You're getting there.
Matter of fact, if you're wondering what it looks like in the town of Rubizan itself, which I have been actually, this is the first time I've seen some video footage on the Russian side, which is going to be the northern side, as you can see here on the map. They control the northern side of this area. Here is that for you guys right now. Hasn't been a lot of change when it comes to ground taken by either side. I will say the Russian forces have taken a little bit of area just on this eastern side. It's not really clear where I can actually change the map for you guys. When I'm talking like taking some ground, I'm talking like 2 houses deep worth of ground. They're not taking very much. It's very slow, but they have taken heavy casualties along with the Ukrainians. I do know this. I saw some figures this morning that were actually stating that Ukrainian forces have actually had almost 18,000 KIA, which I could believe. But it's also stating that now the Russian forces are about to crack 20,000 KIA. They're at like 19,500 as of today. I did indicate a little bit of areas on here. So these gray areas we had on the western side of the country earlier, these are key areas that need to be taken by the Russian forces if they're planning to take this side of the country. This area, this town right here, Apokrovsk. So see these main roads that are coming in out of here? These are decisive points they need to take. This is one of these areas, this is one of these cities that has to be taken if they're going to push through. So we can tell right now in Donetsk that they actually have a large buildup in these 2 areas. Horlikiv, I struggle with some of these names. But we know that they have a massive troop buildup on this eastern side right here, on these 3 areas. Now this is a key decisive area for them to take, along with this area over here. And this is the northern side, southern side of Izium, I guess you would say. Barvinkov, this is another one. These are 2 crucial areas, decisive tactical points for the Russian military to take if they want to take this side of the country. Now,
again, that's over here on the bigger map, or the zooming out a little bit. He's over here. This is the eastern side of Ukraine, highlighting these regions, or this region. Let me see. We got a super chat. It doesn't matter if you have $5 or $500 to spare. The time and dedication put in the stream is worth the healthy tip. Look at the man. Thank you so much, Kurlop, or how do I say? Kerplop. Thank you.
Now the southeast side of Izium. So the southeast side of Izium, which is right through here, I can tell you guys right now, they have actually started to put an assaulting element in 2 separate areas. Russian forces have resumed offensive operations towards Sloviansk, but haven't made much advancement due to heavy Ukrainian resistance on the route leading in. So I have told you guys, I think I told you guys this last week, they did try to push through here and hit heavy resistance. This main route that comes through here, right there you guys are seeing, they're going to have a lot of trouble getting through. They're mainly due to the fact if they were having trouble in the northeastern side of this country in Sumy with ambushes, this main route coming in is going to be very difficult. It is heavily fortified, and I have seen images inside of this area of civilians even refortifying some of these areas even more. This area, they've been in the conflict for the last 8 years. This area is going to be really difficult for the Russian forces to take on the ground. So it also been noted that the airport inside of Nirpo has been totally destroyed by Russian missile attacks. I have seen some images of that. I don't know if it's totally destroyed, but I don't know if it's just inoperable. It could be repairable. I also want you guys to know that I've seen reports, this is even crazier, that Russians could possibly go for Dnipro instead of trying to take the east. I have a really hard time believing that. Like a really difficult time believing that. I mean, mainly
for real, Dnipro? That's over here. That's like this here. They don't have any means to get there. They'd have to get through all this land. And why? So someone asked, why is there no relief to Mariupol? Because Mariupol's cut off. Mariupol's cut off from the rest of the country. Whatever Ukrainian military is in there, including the Azov, they're in there and they're fighting. There's nothing. All of this area is Russian controlled, Russian occupied territory. So there is nowhere for relief to come through. They'd have to fight Ukrainian military up here. There, you guys can hear what Rob is talking about. They're going to be ready to defend an advance or a second advance from the Russian military. So, I mean, there really isn't a resources to get into Ukraine into Mariupol right now. All right.
Let's just think about that for a second. They couldn't even take the northern side of this country. What would make anybody believe that they're going to veer off and move west. Like, what in the world would make you think that when they couldn't even take this area as of right now? They've been trying to take this area for the last 8 years.
Literally.
Do you think that they're going to be able to do that right now? If they try to do that, I don't believe that's going to be the case. But if they do, they're going to be spreading themselves so extremely thin, they're not going to be able to secure anything worth of it, like on this eastern side, and they're going to have to give it back like they did in the northern side of the country. So just wanted to tell you guys. We're going to move down here to Mariupol. There has been a little bit of troops in contact, ticks, going down here in Huawei. They've been doing probing attacks the Russians have been doing in these two areas of Volodymyr and Huawei. Here in Huawei, though, has been fairly a little bit more active than the rest of this area. They've mainly been focusing on Mariupol, but they've been trying to find a way in, and this goes back to Donetsk again. If they're trying to find a route to get all the way up into there, this would be a very good one to take. So let's just keep note of that. But over here in Huawei, they've actually been under contact for the last 24 hours fairly heavily. All right, so we're going to move down here into Mariupol. So I have actually updated it pretty significantly. They have actually broken up into 3 different areas. The Russians have split them up, as you guys can tell right here. They've cut them off inside the city, so they actually did push through, and they did close the gap right here, as you guys can see over the last 12 to 24 hours. That gap is now being closed. They are making very, very, very slow progress. That is the Russians. It's literally like a house every day, like worth of area you take them. Now the north and eastern side of this area is actually seeing the heaviest fighting currently, with both sides are actually taking heavy losses. So up inside of this region right here is probably the most significant fighting has been going on. But as you guys can tell, I don't know how long they're going to be able to hold off inside this area. Is it going to be a week? Is it going to be a day? No one really actually knows. Civilian casualties have continued to mount inside the city as Russian forces have indiscriminately targeted the entire city. Not just bits and pieces. They're just sending rounds in the entire held areas that aren't Russian controlled as of right now. I do know down in this area, this is mostly going to be your Chechnyan areas. This right here. So this is where if you guys see those crazy fighting videos with the guys like sticking their weapons out the window and just shooting them randomly, or like jumping up, shooting an RPG over their head. Those are the Chechnyan fighters. Yeah. They're not really great at fighting. They're more or less, they're just cannon fodder, and they just love doing this. So they just kind of go in and do their thing. They haven't really made too much ground inside this area, but that's pretty much that. This is your situation down in Mariupol as of right now. The elements down there, the
cannon fodder and make TikToks. That's the Chechen
Russian
fighters.
elements have split up the Ukrainian elements, and I have no idea how long they're actually going to be able to hold this thing off. And I give them props. They've held it off for almost 40 days or so now.
And there were actually there's a Ukrainian military Facebook post that basically said, or from one of the units, not the Azov unit that's in there, but basically like saying well wishes to their family and friends, because it's getting dire in Mariupol.
Legitimately, actually, I think we're on like day 45 or something. So they've held it off for significantly longer. They could hold this thing off for 2 more weeks for all I know. I mean, 4 or 5 days ago, they were still shooting tanks inside of the city. So I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, this is pretty much your situation. Not much has changed over in Mykolaiv, so we're not going to really go over there. There has been some fighting in the same southern region.
Evacuations from Mariupol are done. That was like weeks ago. They had corridors, quote unquote, to leave Mariupol, and that was through here. And then Russians planted mines along the route out, so then it closed. There was a corridor out of Mariupol for like 2 days, and they tried it for like 2 days in a row, where they did talks with Russia during their peace talks, and every time that they opened the corridor for the civilians to leave, it was the route was either hit with artillery, or there was landmines along the roads out. So any civilians that were still left in Mariupol were trapped, and have been.
No one really has gained any ground though. So that's pretty much that. Eastern side of the country is going to be the decisive point of this entire war right now. This whole
eastern side of the country. All right, let me try to find. I need to find another video. All right, this is from NKFRZ, one of the biggest Russian YouTubers. The Russia I grew up in doesn't exist anymore, he says. From April 10th. He's from Russia. Like, he's got 1 million subs. Pretty big YouTuber. From Russia. And he gives his thoughts. He's from Russia. He actually had to leave. He left the country because he wasn't sure if they were going to block YouTube or not. Because he's a big YouTuber. He's got 1 million subs. Like, this is what he does for a living, right? So was unsure if YouTube was safe or not, so he left Russia, and now he's providing his thoughts on Russia, the country that he's from.
Recently, I've been thinking and I realized that the country of Russia, the country that I grew up in and the country that I loved, kind of really doesn't exist anymore. And also the country that I hoped one day Russia would turn into, that hope is dead as well. And I want to talk about it. Hello Blazers, it's your boy Roman, and in today's video guys, I want to do like a little kind of podcast just telling you about my life. Well, actually I want to discuss what it was like growing up in Russia and what perception of Russia I've had throughout my childhood and my teenage years and my early adulthood and where it is now. Because obviously guys, it's changed a lot. And I do have a lot of thoughts. So let me start from like ground zero for me personally. I was born in 1998. So obviously by the time where I actually got kind of aware of the world and even understood what a concept of a president is, it was maybe already like 2003, and Putin was president then. And I remember that as a kid, I mean, that's the only president I've ever seen. I don't remember seeing Yeltsin or anything, and I do remember that as a kid, I genuinely for some time thought that like Putin and presidents are words that are interchangeable. I guess it turns out.
Wow, isn't that, I mean, Putin and president were interchangeable. That's just what I gotta make sure I subscribe to. Make sure you guys go to this video and like and subscribe to it.
That I was right, because that's the way it turned out for this country. Yeah, I remember growing up and I obviously had no clue about politics or anything. I really didn't even become political until maybe like 2014, which I'll get to. But I just remember that me, speaking for my generation, kids that are like, you know, 24, 23 now kids, at that time, the sentiment was that we have a new democratic Russia and that the USSR was kind of sucked. Everybody would talk about, you know, the USSR being this oppressive regime and everything. And also, another nice childhood memory, I remember my grandparents and my parents telling me about.
What the fuck? Do we have a fire alarm going off here? Hold on, chat. I think we got a fire alarm going off in my apartment. Y'all hear it? 1 second. Hold on. 1 second. Well, no one's going outside. And I looked out the window. If it burns down, it burns down. All right, continue on.
How like during the times of the Soviet Union you could go to jail for making a joke about Stalin, and I would just remember being a kid and like thinking that is insane, that is so crazy. Thank God that is never gonna happen again. Well, it is happening right now because we literally have a law in Russia that like prohibits you making fun or like insulting the people in power essentially, and people are afraid literally to say anything about our leaders. So it's getting there. It is getting there quick. But as a kid I remember thinking like, oh my god, that's crazy. It's great that we have this new democratic country of Russia where that would never happen. Boy, was I wrong. So yeah, I was growing up in my hometown of Chelyabinsk, and my parents were...
No, it's in the whole apartment, like the whole building. So like the doors are closed out there, and there's the whole building is, that's a whole building alarm. Did I leave? No, it's not like it's not like something's going on here. It's the whole building. I'm sure someone burnt their food or something.
No, we never had money or anything. Like, I remember my parents telling me that specifically the period from, like, the year 2000 to, like, maybe 2005 was pretty hard for our family. Like, it was very hard to put food on the table and everything. But nevertheless, I don't remember that because I was a kid and I couldn't tell what good life is, right? But obviously, it's my childhood, so I have fond memories of that. So let me just skip over. When I was already getting kind of more aware of what was going on, that was already when I was in school.
Is it too loud over the... Yeah, you guys loud as hell. There's like nobody even walked out of their apartment room though. You have to turn this down. Is it really loud? Can you guys hear it? Oh, the fucking I hear fire trucks. Hold on. Yeah, I hear fire trucks. Like nobody went outside. 1 second. Like nobody went outside. Nobody's outside. Yeah, I'm fine. It's a building alarm. Everybody's inside their apartment, so I just walked through the hallway. Is Russia? No. You can hear the fire trucks. I can't mute that. It's still loud. At least my stream isn't. At least we're not streaming from the living room. Well, there's a fire alarm going off right now, chat. Kind of interrupted the. Hey, listen. I can't ever just have one solid stream the whole time, huh? No. Someone probably burnt toast or something. It's soothing at this point. Can I play a video with that in the background, or was it too much? Is it too much to play a video with that going on? Guess I've got to go longer. It looks like it. The stream is fire. It's too much. Okay, then we'll wait. We'll wait. Play it. It's not. It's good. You don't hear the alarm. Let me turn down my mic a little bit. I turned my mic down some, so you probably can't hear it now. It's like in the distance. Is that better? Run it. Good. Run it. It's loud. You can barely hear it. All right. Better. Okay. The show, we must go on. Listen. We must go on. All right, let's continue.
School, and I specifically remember that.
Let's go back some.
To like.
So again, this channel is. Oh, that's so annoying for me though. I can hear it. The Russia I grew up in doesn't exist anymore. An NFKRZ. All right. Oh yeah, good idea. I'll mute the. Good idea. I'll mute the mic when I play it. Smart move. All right. So let's listen, and then when I need to talk, I will unmute my mic so I'll talk. Good idea.
It is getting that quick, but as a kid, I remember. And people are afraid literally to say anything about our leaders, so it's getting that. It is getting that quick, but as a kid I remember thinking like, oh my god, that's crazy. It's great that we have this new democratic country of Russia where that would never happen. Boy, was I wrong. So yeah, I was growing up in my hometown of Chelyabinsk, and my parents were, we never had money or anything. Like, I remember my parents telling me that specifically the period from like the year 2000 to like maybe 2005 was pretty hard for our family. Like, it was very hard to put food on the table and everything, but nevertheless, I don't remember that because I was a kid and I couldn't tell what good life is, right? But obviously it's my childhood, so I have fond memories of that, so let me just skip over. When I was already getting kind of more aware of what was going on, that was already when I was in school. And I specifically remember that the years in Russia really like...
Hold on. You can see the... Galaxy in the... I tried. I might have to, Mercado Media might have to go live outside. I was trying to show you guys there's like a fire truck or something in the parking lot.
Like, if you really think about it, I think the best years in Russia's current history were probably like from 2006 till like 2012. For the regular Russian people, I mean. That's when people had like the most money, the ruble was in a very good position. Like, the average salary dollars was actually not that bad, and a lot of people would go abroad and travel, and there'd be all these economic and investment projects with people coming from the West and investing in Russia and everything. Like, it was great. I'm not saying that time was perfect, and I'll get to it again, because things that were already red flags already were happening during this time, but I was a kid, so I wasn't aware of it. My parents didn't really afford much, but I've seen it. Like, everybody was kind of getting nice phones and everything, people were buying computers. I mean, tech products in general and stuff like that were pretty affordable for Russians back then. Not super affordable, but pretty affordable compared to the state that the country is now. These were the years when the internet in Russia actually started getting big as well. But yeah, it was a booming industry, there was a lot of trade with the West and everything. It seemed great. And like, looking back at it, like, when I was a kid, I thought that like Medvedev, I don't know if you guys know, but between Putin and Putin, we actually had Medvedev, who was another president of Russia, who was kind of considered to be Putin's puppet, which is, kind of true, but he seemed like a good president at the time. I mean, there was some shit that happened during this presidency though, like the war with Georgia happened, for example, during this presidency, which is obviously a conflict where I don't think Russia was right. But when I was a kid, I wasn't really aware of it, and Medvedev seemed like, honestly, from my experience back then growing up, he seemed like a pro-European, like, sort of pro-Western leader. I mean, he would do all sorts of stuff, he made a Twitter, he made an Instagram, he like hung out with Steve Jobs and Arnold Schwarzenegger and everything. Like, he was much friendlier to like Obama, for example, so the American presidents, than Putin ever was in office. And for a second there, I really did feel like, obviously from my perception being a kid, I did feel like, yeah, I mean, Russia is on its way to be like a worldly country, and also to probably be like in the European Union, probably by the year like 2020. Maybe that
was wild. That was going to be a real possibility for Russia. So listen to that part again. Like, this guy was president, Medvedev. Medvedev was president of Russia for a little while before Putin retook it. One more time.
Good president at the time. I mean, there was some shit that happened during this presidency though, like the war with Georgia happened, for example, during this presidency, which is obviously a conflict where I don't think Russia was right. But when I was a kid, I wasn't really aware of it, and Medvedev seemed like, honestly, from my experience back then growing up, he seemed like a pro-European, like, sort of pro-Western leader. I mean, he would do all sorts of stuff, he made a Twitter, he made an Instagram, he like hung out with Steve Jobs and Arnold Schwarzenegger and everything. Like, he was much friendlier to like Obama, Obama, for example, so the American presidents, then Putin never was in office. And for a second there, I really did feel like, obviously from my perception being a kid, I did feel like, yeah, I mean, Russia is on its way to be like a worldly country, and also to probably be like in the European Union, probably by the year like 2020. Maybe that's just from my understanding of being a kid, but I kind of do feel like that was a plausible scenario. And Medvedev had a lot of really great people in his team that actually now dissidents who've tried to improve the economy and everything, and it was truly a different time. But I feel like really for Russia it all went downhill in like 2012 when a certain gentleman decided he wants to be president again. And here's the thing, right? So looking back at it now as somebody, as an adult who knows much more, the times from like 2000 till 2006 or whatever, 2008 weren't that great either in terms of like freedom and like human rights and everything. I mean, just take the cases such as like the murder of Anna Politkovskaya, a very famous journalist, or the criminal case against Khodorkovsky, who was a Russian oligarch, kind of, who was destroyed by the government. Things like that were already very iffy, but you know, as a kid, I didn't even know about it. So in like 2012, I feel like that's where it kind of started going downhill a little bit, but in 2014, that is where it really went apeshit. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about, Crimea and everything, obviously. That was actually the point, I feel like, where I actually started being politically aware, and that's where my sort of largely anti-government stance, that's where it first appeared. Because I remember just like growing up as a kid, and you gotta understand, when I was a little child, we were not being fed any conservative or religious propaganda in school and stuff like that, right? Because right now Russia has these laws against like, you know, LGBT propaganda, and they have the law against insulting the feelings of religious people and
That sounds like some shit that the United States wants to do. Dude.
Stuff. That was not a thing when I was a kid, and the propaganda was different. And on TV, you wouldn't really see much anti-Western sentiments. Of course, it was there, but not as much as right now. I mean, right now is crazy, obviously. So when I was a kid, I was not taught to hate somebody else, you know? Even just watching Russian state media, I was not taught to hate. I wasn't taught to hate Ukrainians. I was not taught to hate Americans. I was not taught to hate Georgians. I was not taught to hate anybody. Now kids are being taught to hate. Now kids are being taught about like the special operations, schools and shit. Kids are being taught about conservative and religious values in school. In 2014, I feel like that is when I noticed it, right? Because I still watched, you know, like state television and stuff, but like just the way the sentiment has changed, and all this like constant hate of Ukraine on TV and everything, constant hate of Western Europe and America and stuff like that on TV. I was like, what is this? Where did this come from? This is like not right. And the thing is, guys, you gotta understand that like for the elderly people, like for example, even my parents, especially somebody of like my grandparents, etc., like Soviet people, basically, they've been taught that since they were kids, that America is the evil, is the devil, etc. I mean, I'm not saying America is a perfect country, but anyway. So for the older generations of Russians, this new propaganda, right, directly fed into what they've been taught since they were kids. This is why it works so good. This is why I gotta understand. This is why so many people are blinded by the propaganda, because it's not even 20 years of propaganda at work here. It's like 50, 60. 70. But I didn't grow up like that, and I saw through this. I was like, what is this? So I feel like, yeah,
I mean, fire alarm's gone too, by the way, y'all. It just ended, so the fire alarm portion of this episode is now complete. We are now in the post-fire alarm era.
Probably like 2014, 2015, that's why I started watching like Navalny and stuff, and I got really into like, you know, the oppositional movement, let's say. And ever since then, I've just been seeing my country being turned into something that I can't recognize anymore, and something that I would never have thought it could turn into, because literally every single year, I'm just like, okay, come on, it cannot get any worse than this, but it fucking does. So like, let's take the internet, for example. The internet in Russia, from like maybe 2006, which is kind of when it started getting really quick and really good, people started having good access to it, until like 2015, you could just kind of do whatever online, you know? Like, the internet was in a different realm, absolutely, completely. You didn't have criminal cases against YouTubers for speaking out against the government. You didn't have criminal cases against YouTubers for, you know, insulting the feelings of religious people. You didn't have criminal cases against people for like posting LGBT stuff and saying it's gay propaganda. You didn't have any of that. The internet was completely free. You could say whatever you want. It was freedom. But yeah, after 2016 or like 2015 or so, that's when it really started getting bad. Slowly but surely, they started making it less and less and less free, and now we reached the point where we're at, you know, where posting any information about the current special operation in Ukraine that doesn't correlate with the state media could land you in jail for 15 years. This is the point that we've reached. And obviously, since the internet is not a free place in Russia, I mean, the amount of like self-censorship and shit I had to go through the years is insane, and I still do it. I don't even know why I still do it. Maybe this is like Stockholm Syndrome or something, but I still fucking do it. So again, if anybody's like mad in the comments...
Oh. What the fuck, dude? What is going... It just started again. Now it's gone. Sounds like... Yeah, this is Roman, if you guys are wondering. NFKRZ YouTube channel. Oh my... There, now it's going off again. What? You can't... I know. It's because of my... You should be able to hear me now. It's because the alarm keeps going on and off now. It's gone on and off a few times. All right. Goodness, dude. All right, this is Roman, YouTube.
Saying that like I don't talk about Ukraine enough or whatever. You gotta understand that like I'm literally fucking brainwashed, kind of. To be honest, right? Not in the sense that like I support this or anything, or that I believe the propaganda or anything, but I'm kind of brainwashed in the sense that I feel the fucking fear. Like I'm scared to speak my mind out, you know what I mean? And when my mom messages me shit saying like, hey Roman, please promise you're not gonna say anything about politics on your channel. Roman, can you please promise that you will not talk about politics or anything? Because these are Soviet people who've grown up in a system where if you do that, you get fucked up. And they might not even realize the full extent of what it is like in Russia right now, like with the laws and everything, but just that old memory of how it was in the Soviet Union dictates them to behave like this. And this is like a generational thing where I feel the same way. I mean, it's fucking insane. Holy shit. Like, for real, I do think that like my generation, people who are like 20-something Russians that grew up in one country and now live in a completely different country and don't understand what the hell is going on with it, I feel like we will have a very big, like, just generational trauma, I guess, from having to double speak all the time, from having to hide your real opinions, and just the overall oppression that goes on, you know? I really think that's the thing, because as you can see, the way these Soviet people, like my parents, my grandparents, etc., how hard it hit them, that they still think like this, right? They have a lot of generational trauma that, you know, comes from the policies of the Soviet Union, and we will have that as well, which is fucking awful. But yeah, we
got Nora says, can you post his YouTube channel? Yeah, I'll post it in the Discord right now. Share, copy, posting it on the Ukraine War channel on our Discord right now. Bang. All right, just shared it to our Discord.
One thing I want to say is that, like, regardless, still, even though it was getting less and less free online, and I could see that we're getting more and more authoritarian by the year, I still felt like, honestly, there was always a little bit of hope for Russia to open up and to become a worldly country, and that all of this will pass, you know? I would take, like, the 2018 World Cup, for example. Super, like, awesome international events. So many foreigners came. Everybody was hanging out with foreigners, you know?
Wow, that was... I forgot about that. The 2018 FIFA World Cup was in Russia. Oh.
Cup, for example. Super, like, awesome international events. So many foreigners came. Everybody was hanging out with foreigners, you know, drinking together, having fun. And I was like, I was there. I was in Yekaterinburg in 2018 during the World Cup. And there were people from Japan and Senegal there.
Nippon no shouri ni zoom in. Okay, zoom in. Zoom in. Nippon no shouri ni zoom in. Okay, thank you so much.
And I was like, this is awesome. This is what I want. This is what I fucking want. I don't want to hate anybody. I want cooperation. I want free trade. I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to see people from different walks of life, from different nations, because these people are fucking cool. And it's cool to be a worldly citizen. But obviously, that is not the direction that this country has gone into. And, you know, all the illusions about and all the hopes of being like an open and free and worldly country one day, they're gone. They're fucking gone. Like, I don't think a lot of Russians really realize how much of a tragedy this is. Obviously, for Ukraine, it's a huge tragedy, and I cannot, like, you know, state this enough. Obviously, the average Russian right now is suffering less than the average Ukrainian. That is not a disputable fact, but I'm still saying that this situation is a tragedy for Russia and for Russians as well. And I think that a lot of people, especially those who are supporting this and who are, like, walking around with the fucking Z on their shirt or whatever the fuck, or on their car, these people do not realize how much of a tragedy this is. I'm not even talking about the sanctions and everything. I'm not even talking about the fact that everybody's gonna be poor as fuck, there's gonna be no decent food or anything, there's gonna be like airplanes won't even fucking work. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about just like the hope for this country to be happy and free. It's gone. It's not there anymore. It's like, it probably will not happen now in maybe like 20, 30 years. I mean, you guys gotta understand I'm a pessimist though, so I'll never think good things, but like, honestly, before this whole thing, I was kind of like, yeah.
Who agrees with him though? Who agrees with Roman? Like, what do you, any Russians in the chat? I know we had some Russians that have been tuned in. Do you guys feel the same, or anybody that's on the outside? Any hope for Russia? It seemed like there was for a little bit. He definitely is, dude, self-aware. Roman. He's got 1 million subs for a reason.
Gone. It's not there anymore. It's like, it probably will not happen now in maybe like 20, 30 years. I mean, you guys gotta understand I'm a pessimist though, so I'll never think good things, but like, honestly, before this whole thing, I was kind of like, yeah, you know, we kind of live in an oppressive country, but still, you know, it's not that bad, right? You can still do business, you can still visit other countries, you can still travel, you know. Like, you know, we Russians, we love to bitch and complain about our country all the time, but now looking back at it, you know, looking back at what Russia was before February of 2022, I'm like, damn, it was actually kind of not bad, you know? You know what I mean? Maybe that's Stockholm Syndrome again, probably, I don't fucking know. But yeah, like literally in the blink of an eye, holy shit, it got so much worse. And again, I don't think people realize how much of a tragedy this is for the fate of Russia and for its future, but also for the perception of Russians in the world community, obviously. I would say, you know, that like my biggest dream ever since I was a little kid, or like a teenager, I guess, ever since maybe I was like 14 or something, I've always dreamed like, it would be awesome if Russia would like cooperate with the West. It would be awesome like if Russians had like visa-free travel to the European Union, for example. That was like my dream, dude. I was like always like, yes, I want to go there. And I have been to the European Union a little bit, but I have no idea when I'll be there next time, obviously. And yeah, I wanted Russia to be a country where everybody could feel, you know, accepted and welcomed. All races, all nationalities, all genders, all political views, unless you're like a fucking hardcore Nazi or whatever. All sexualities, like everybody, right? But yeah, it's not happening. So yeah, this is like, it's a country that has so much potential. So many great people, honestly. Like, the young people in Russia are fucking genius, dude. But they're all leaving now. They're fucking gone. Okay? So yeah, I have absolutely no clue what is gonna happen to Russia. It's just like, it's just super depressing, and it's like part of my identity is being destroyed because I had hopes for this country, because I know it can be way better than this. But yeah, it's all over. Anyways, guys, yeah, I guess this is pretty much all I wanted to say in this video. I just kind of had this, you know, feeling inside of me for a while, you know, just wanted to talk about this, about like my dream of Russia being crushed. I don't know if anybody even cares, and I know I'm gonna get comments on this video saying, oh bro, why are you complaining? Ukrainians are getting bombed. Can I live? Please. Anyways, guys, if you did enjoy this video though, please make sure to slap the like on it. If you guys want to see more, subscribe to the channel, you know. You can as well donate.
Alright, go support his channel. I shared it into the feed. He's got 1 million subs, but we still use his content for supplementary conversation. He's from Russia, and that's how he feels. Not optimistic at all. Not optimistic at all. That's Roman from YouTube. All right, here's the latest UK intelligence update. Fighting in eastern Ukraine will intensify over the next 2 to 3 weeks as Russia continues to refocus its efforts there. Russian attacks remain focused on Ukrainian positions near Donetsk and Lugansk, with further fighting around Kherson and Mykolaiv and a renewed push towards Kramatorsk. Russian forces continue to withdraw from Belarus in order to redeploy in support of operations in eastern Ukraine. Russian forces continue to withdraw, so more bolstering of the east. More bolstering of the east. That's Belarus up here. Russian attacks remain focused on Ukrainian positions near Donetsk and Lugansk, with further fighting around Kherson and Mykolaiv, and a renewed push towards Kramatorsk. That's in here. A renewed push. That's the city right here. Kramatorsk. United Kingdom intelligence. Continue on. This is destroyed Ukrainian T-64 in Chernihiv. This is Makariv in the Kyiv Oblast. Where's Makariv? We got a video coming out. Here's Makariv. To the west. So here's Kyiv, right? Capital city, Makariv, right here. We're at 963 likes out of 1,000. You guys are getting there. 81st Separate Air Mobile Brigade targets and destroys Russian armored vehicles. Okay. This is 81st Separate Air Mobile Brigade targets. Destroys Russian armored vehicles, quote. There's one destroyed there. They're inside of a tree line. This is a thermal video. All right. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, 186 children have been killed and 344 more have been wounded, according to the Office of the Prosecutor General. Numbers of children killed in each oblast, it looks like. All right, this is destroyed Russian equipment in Novidar in the Lugansk Oblast.
Welcome back, everyone.
My GoPro. Oh, what do we got here? This was shared into our Discord server. This is from Civ Div. My GoPro combat footage in Ukraine. This was sent to our Discord. This is 13 minutes, so like, sub. My GoPro combat footage in Ukraine. This is Civ Div on YouTube.
It's a little bit of ASMR at a bomb shelter. Like, no shit, I've got a gas mask canister that you guys are propped up on. I've got my Kalash AK-74. I've got my little gorilla, like, pizzazz on it, you know, just taped up tack light. Yeah, no, I'm still alive. It's April 10th. No, April 11th now. God, I gotta get to bed soon. I'm gonna make this video really quick. I've got, like, a little bit of an outline that I'm gonna share. or go through. But the first thing, I guess I'll just let the combat footage play. This is stuff that was already leaked, which is the reason I'm sharing it with you guys. Not by myself, but by my team. You know, it just made its way out to the public. You may have already seen the footage, but it's from my GoPro, so here it is. Hey, get to cover, right? Let's fucking go.
Go right.
Wow.
Close, close. What do we do now?
We push.
Hey, there's gonna be videos of combat footage, so if you know what I mean, combat footage.
Yo, we're gonna take position in one of these homes. All right.
We'll give them up.
We're out. Let's get out.
Okay. Давай. Bravo!
Давай.
Двери.
I remember this one. That driver peeled off after he dropped him off here. I remember seeing this one. This was him, huh?
Get inside the house. Get inside. We gotta sit down.
Wow.
We gotta get inside.
Huh? Move.
We're good? Let's get inside. Go.
All right,
I'm gonna open up this door. You need to get in. Shouldn't open the lock.
Wow.
We're in. So yeah, that was kind of nuts. I mean, this is like a minute or 2 minutes of footage that I shared with you guys out of a whole day. A lot of this footage I'm gonna keep until the end of the war, or when I think that OPSEC would be bad to post it. But
did you guys hear the bullet whiz past him though? Earlier? There's like a bullet whiz right past him.
There's a reason that I'm keeping this stuff to myself, but there's also a reason that I'm sharing it today. And I'm going to talk about a little bit what happened that day. There is a reason that the Russians are targeting journalists. Being able to say your experiences, being able to talk about what's going on here is a big threat. And given that I have this YouTube channel, I've got this Instagram, and you know, I've got this sort of thing, I've put it on pause for a long time while I was in Iraq, but I think it's time that I sort of utilize that. Be more active on Instagram, not so much YouTube. But what happened that day when it came to the combat footage was we'd woken up at 8 and I thought it was just gonna be another day, we're chilling. We had some guy come in and he's like, I need 4 volunteers right now. You're going to the front for a recon mission. We ended up going, like 4 of us. And then we had 2 people that arrived with a truck that morning. I had known them for 2 hours and they also said, yes, I would love to go. So most of the people that I went with, I had known for less than a week, some of them less than 2 hours. And we went on operation. The recon mission, it went smooth. We went there, nobody was really there. It was all chill. Then artillery started coming. When that started coming, we were thinking, okay, should we go back? Like our recon is done. What do we do now? And we get the word, hey, we're gonna be pushing to the front. We're going right now. We're assaulting into Russian territory. And we're like, I'm not carrying around the gear that I would need for an assault, but let's do it. So we pack in the car and we fucking go. And we get there under artillery fire, laying underneath this bridge, and we're chilling, you know, just taking the rounds left and right. It was pretty rough. And then some guy like pulled up, he was drinking a thing of whiskey. He's like, come in here. And we ended up pushing even further. We arrived there under mortar fire. We get into the house, we shoot down. And then, the only time I shot my rifle that operation was shooting out a door. It was a 1 shot, so that was my operation, my first operation here. There's a lot more to it. We'll talk about it in the future probably, when again, OPSEC is all chilled out, but for now I'm gonna keep it at that. That's as much as you guys need to know. Let's go on though. I want to talk about what I've been doing thus far, because there's a lot more that I did here that wasn't just, you know, that 2 minutes. So let's talk about the last month here. So I arrived, I did medical and military training. We conducted it as a group that I was with for the territorial defense, which is really, really cool.
That's how it goes. So we need to be comfortable with that, because if I'm coming here, exposed and everything. You gotta be comfortable in the left hand. Just want to go and explain that real quick, because this is probably going to be most of your fighting.
Wow.
Right? It's going to be from a building. Yeah. Is there any questions about any of this? It seems like you guys understand it.
So I went to a lot of cities. I went to Lviv, Kyiv, where I met the youngest parliament member in Ukraine right now, which is crazy. And he had like more gear than us. He had like a plate carrier, some magazines, nice rifle. It was funny because a lot of these guys were just waiting on papers and we didn't have anything at the time. So this guy's more armed than us. I met the defense secretary, I guess. I was up in my room. I was like feeling sick. Oh yeah, I got COVID. Like when I had the operation there, I had COVID. I had brain fog like a motherfucker. I didn't even feel any adrenaline or anything, like barely anything. Wow. I was just so confused the entire time. Yeah, that first week was crazy. Anyway, yeah, I went to Kyiv, and then we got the papers, and then we went to Odessa, we went to Mykolaiv, we went to a lot of different places. There's another city that I went to, which is in Russian territory, but I was only there for like an hour or 2 hours. Let's move on though. I want to talk about my headspace, right? What's going on up here?
They went to Russian territory for an hour? Just kind of glossed over that real quick.
Civ Div likes talking about that stuff. I want to talk about digesting, like what we went through, right? So that's something that I knew that I needed. I was feeling a little homesick in Iraq. You know, I was waiting to go on the plane back home, and this war started. And I knew that if I had went home and I wasn't here at this time, while all my buddies, some of them are already in Ukraine, some are going there, I would feel like shit. I came here to go and help my friends, help out in good causes. I know that if I had went home right now, I would not be in a good place. So, I mean, there's a reason that I left van life. Van life seems like it's an amazing thing, and it is, and it's fun. I'm homesick or van sick, but it's not worth it if you don't have friends or if you know that stuff is going on back home. You'll just fall into alcoholism, that sort of thing. My headspace is good now. I'm recovering from the sickness. I'm feeling good, feeling jazzy. I don't know what that means. I got a new tattoo. I guess
I hope. See, that's the tough part of. I mean, he's just kind of giving a diary right now, but that things he's talking about. I mean, when he does get home, that's a reality. He glossed over that little piece, but that's such a big reality to veterans. I mean, he's there right now. He's in a good headspace because he's in it, right? He's in a good headspace. He's in that environment. He's comfortable in that environment. It's when you leave that environment and come back home. As he touched on it briefly. He mentioned alcoholism. So this is the channel right here. Civ Div, 48.7 subscribers. I shared it here. I can share it. Wiz Kid shared it to our Discord, but I'll share it again.
Van sick, but it's not worth it if you don't have friends or if you know that stuff is going on back home. You'll just fall into alcoholism, that sort of thing. My headspace is good now. I'm recovering from the sickness. I'm feeling good, feeling jazzy. I don't know what that means. I got a new tattoo. I guess I'll show you guys right now. It's still healing, but it's an album cover from 9 Inch Nails. What else? And not so much the headspace, but more below. I got blue balled. Leaving from Iraq to here, I thought I was going home, gonna live the life. You know, I had friends and family waiting for me. So I still feel that way a little bit, but again, I reassure myself and know that had I went back home right now, I would not be in a good place. When I'm done with this whole Ukraine thing, probably in a month or two, depends on how many contact lenses I have, honestly, I'll be going back to van life, all right? I'm gonna focus on YouTube, which I've said already before, that I don't really post too many videos, but I am. That's my plan. I'll end up going to Asia as well. I have some plans to go to the islands, all right? A lot of different islands, but probably Indonesia. I'm gonna take a little vacation because, yeah, I need to get away from like Western countries, Middle East. Maybe I don't really need to get away from anything, but I just want a vacation, like with people that, a vacation where I don't have to have a cloche in my hand. I want to talk about a couple life lessons that I got from being here a month. Communication, very, very important. Being able to communicate with your team members, big deal. A strong leadership. So like a strong leadership command, like somebody is set in charge. There is a team leader going up to the squad leader, chain of command. That stuff is so important. And that's something that we learned in that operation, right? Like,
and that's something that Russia doesn't have. He said chain of command, like having a squad leader. So like that's like a NCO, like a non-commissioned officer. There's like a squad leader, a team leader, NCO, platoon sergeant, NCO. So all of the things Russia doesn't have or do.
We're all trained. We all had military experience, except for 2 of us. We knew what we were doing, but we didn't have a team leader. We didn't know how to communicate with each other. One of the things I also put down was familiarity with their unit. It's very, very important. You have to know who you're working with. One other big thing that I learned was not to be naive and think that you can just go from one war to the next, all right? That's probably not something you guys will have to deal with, which is good, all right? But like I was naive because I thought, okay, anti-imperialism. I hate other countries just invading and destroying buildings and infrastructure and killing people and civilians. You saw what happened in Bucha, in Kyiv, Irpin. You can't really just change from one war to the next, even with all that stuff. You need to understand the culture, the language, the people. You need to understand these things in order to actually devote your life to this cause. You can't just you know, it's oversaid. Like people talk about, oh, you know, the best soldiers are the ones who, you know, they're fighting for their land, and that's true. You saw Afghanistan, you see the Kurds, Burma, you know, the Karen army, you know, they're doing good work out there for how long? 80 years, something like that. And it's oversaid, but it is absolutely true. I came here and I bit off more than I could chew, I think, at the start. You know, I thought that I could just switch from one war to the next and have that same conviction. You can't. You need to spend some time, meet the people. Now I do. I've met my people, I've met my team, I'm staying in my team instead of just going to, you know, I have the opportunity to go to the front line right now, and I want to go. I mean, there's a reason I'm still in Ukraine with a Kalash. But I don't want to just keep switching from unit to unit to unit to unit because you can't be familiarized with the people, you can't know their stories, everything. That's what brings the conviction, knowing the personal stories, not just like a broad thing like, oh, anti-imperialism. So that's all I want to say. It's something I learned. I'll never take for granted again, which is why I'm staying with this unit. Even though we're not in an operation right now, it's going to come and be more familiar with them. Another thing, being chased around by Turkish drones in Iraq. We're chased around, bombed, everything. They're on our side now, so that's a little weird. Still don't like Turkey. Turkey's a fucking asshole. I hate them. But that was weird because we heard a drone. It was definitely not a Turkish drone, but for a split second, I thought it was a Turkish drone. It ended up being a Russian one. It was calling in all the accurate artillery that was coming in, obviously. But the drone situation, now they're on our side. It's kind of weird. And the last thing I'm going to end with in this video, just want to be quick again. This video is not very planned or organized at all. I want to say that I'm not a recruiter, okay? I'm getting a lot of messages of people asking, how do I join? You know, which unit are you in? Can I join? And here's my background. There's a lot of people that are very experienced, much more experienced than myself. There's a lot of people that aren't experienced at all. I can't sift through that stuff. I don't have time for that. So I want to make it clear, I'm not a recruiter. All I'll say is that there are ways to get here, all right? So try and get in contact with somebody who can help you. Myself, I've known a lot of people that I've recruited into Yepige or Yebusha. Not recruited, but like people that I recommended it to. And one of them recently, you know, he left Yebusha. So, you know, I just want to make sure that, you know, I don't want to be a liability. Or I don't want you to be a liability. I don't want a liability. I think that's what I mean. Like I don't want to know that, okay, I brought this guy who might not have the best experience, now he's in the front line, and yeah, so I'm not a recruiter. And anyway, that is the video. I hope you guys enjoyed. There's gonna be
my GoPro combat footage in Ukraine. I shared it into our Discord from Civ Div. GoPro footage in Ukraine. GoPro combat footage. Shared his video to our Discord server. There's a Ukrainian skiff ATGM strike on a Russian vehicle with a skiff. So this isn't a Stugna P then, huh? It's a Skiff ATG. Oh my goodness, Kyiv with another one? Oh my goodness. Kyiv with another $100 super chat. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Kyiv. You got me stuttering with the mouse. Skiff ATGM. It is a Stugna P. A skiff is another name for it. Learn something new. The skiff or Stugna P. Okay, so it is a Stugna P.
Выстрел! Внимание, выстрел! Блядь, в чем дело? Есть. Внимание, выстрел!
Есть.
Есть.
Русский корабль идет нахуй.
Нахуй. Тихо. Внимание, выстрел! Внимание, выстрел! Блядь, в чем дело? Есть. Внимание, выстрел!
Есть.
Есть.
Русский корабль идет нахуй.
Alright, it's a skiff from a Stugna P. Again, thank you, Kyiv, for that. DNR moped? Really? Really? It's got the Z on it. The soldiers from the defenders of Mariupol from the 26th Marine Brigades stated that they will hold the defense of the city to the last man. We have not left our positions and we remain loyal until the end. Super safe. Sending super chats are fun and rewarding. We appreciate your dedication and unfiltered coverage. Mercado, thank you, Rach.
Українці мають пам'ятати ціну цього супротиву. І довершити справу, відстояти перемогу до кінця.
До кінця.
До кінця. Так. Україна, Європа, світ. З вірою в перемогу. Ми вірні завжди, вірні до кінця. Українці.
So this is from the 26th Marine Brigade, because again in Mariupol it's not just that Azov battalion. There's other units in Mariupol from Ukraine. Azov is just the most known name unit. The governor of Belgorod said that train tracks in the Shibinski district were damaged, but there are no casualties. That's not a video. Everything will be Ukraine. A captured Russian T-72B3 tank in the Kharkiv Oblast. Russia is deploying heavy military equipment towards border with Finland after Finland and Sweden considering joining NATO? What's the status on that? What? Ukraine war, Russia warns Sweden and Finland, against NATO membership. Here we go again. Russia has warned Finland and Sweden against joining NATO, arguing the move would not bring stability to Europe. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters that the alliance remains a tool geared towards confrontation. Yo. For real. This is why what Obama said resonates with me only in just his speech that he made, because again, the last 50, 60 years after the Berlin Wall fell and we've had, peace, world peace. And then now you got, I mean, it's like, this is real life. You got NATO or Finland and Sweden wanting to join NATO. The Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters that the alliance remains a tool geared towards confrontation. It comes as U.S. defense officials said Moscow's invasion of Ukraine has been a massive strategic blunder, which is likely to bring NATO enlargement. U.S. officials expect the Nordic neighbors to bid for membership of the alliance potentially as early as June. Washington is believed to support the move, which would see the Western Alliance grow to 32 members. The U.S. State Department officials said last week that discussions had taken place between NATO leaders and foreign ministers from Helsinki and Stockholm. Before it launched its invasion, Russia demanded that the alliance agree to halt any future enlargement. But the war has led to the deployment of more NATO troops on its eastern flank and a rise in public support for Swedish and Finnish membership. NATO before 1997. Joined NATO since 1997. I lived in Fairbanks for 4 years. What do we got here for Whitney? A night shifter here. Always appreciate your late coverage and updates. Thank you for your time and dedication. Wish I could send one. No problem. We had a fire alarm that was disruptive. So that's why I'm late a little extra today. Sky God. Whoa, here we go. 50. Oh my goodness, $50. I might not be able to match Kyiv tonight, but at least I tried. Dan, y'all are doing the most. Y'all are doing more than I even asked for. Thank you so much. Y'all are doing plenty. Thank you. And when Sweden's ruling Social Democratic Party, which is traditionally opposed to NATO membership, said it's rethinking its position in light of Russia's attack on its western neighbor. Yeah. If you're not a part, listen. When Russia invaded Ukraine, Sweden's security position changed fundamentally. But Moscow has been clear that it opposes any potential enlargement of the alliance. Mr. Peskov warned the bloc is not that kind of alliance which ensures peace and stability, and its further expansion will not bring additional security to the European continent. NATO was formed in 1949 to counter the threat of Soviet expansion, though since the fall of the Berlin Wall, a number of formerly communist Eastern European countries have joined. Member states agree to come to one another's aid in the event of an armed attack against any individual member state. Despite the threats, both countries have pushed ahead with their bids and stepped up defense spending. Last week, Mr. Peskov said that Russia would have to rebalance the situation with its own measures. Man, what does that mean, chat? What does that mean? All of America is trying to or not all of America. A lot of the United States is worried about Will Smith and Disney right now. Y'all, hold on. You literally have World War III looming. It's hard to care about anything else, really. I mean, I have my own dealings in my life, you know what I mean? I got softball and other things, but in terms of like the bigger picture and like what my mind just thinks about, it's this. There's other news happening. So we gotta wait for June for this one, y'all. Sweden and Finland want to join NATO by June, and Russia is basically like, we have to rebalance the situation. What the fuck does that mean? Okay. Russia is, and this was the latest from, this is at 12:56 a.m. today. The latest and greatest. Russia is deploying heavily military equipment towards the border with Finland after Finland and Sweden consider joining NATO. One person was killed in Lysychansk and 3 others were injured as a result of the shelling. Where is this? Russian forces shell Lugansk Oblast overnight on April 12th. Lugansk Oblast Governor Serhiy Haidai reported that Russian forces attacked Sivir and Donetsk, Lysychansk, Crimea, and Novodonetsk and Rubenzine. Is that in here? Which cities? Sivir and Donetsk is in there, yeah. Russian forces attack. Where's Crimea? That would be that area, this region, this territory up here. Right here. This happened overnight. Well, it's still going. Right here. This is Sivir and Donetsk. Here's Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, so they hit targets in here. This is that area. It's like watching the inevitable play out. We have all the people that know like what they're talking about and all the sources. And it's just like we have to wait and watch it happen. You got Rob and all them like, hey, look for the Russian forces to be moving on Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. So moves are being made in that region. Russian forces shell Lugansk overnight. 1 person killed in Lysychansk and 3 others were injured. What is this? Oh, this is the numbers. Yeah, we kind of stopped covering the numbers. We can pull them up, but we know. I mean, you 19. Well, you got nearly 20,000. Unsure what that means. DNR moped. This is the latest from the UK. Fighting in Ukraine intensify over the next 2 to 3 weeks as Russia continues to refocus its efforts there. Fighting in eastern Ukraine will intensify, I should say. Eastern Ukraine, fighting will intensify. Russian attacks remain focused on Ukrainian positions near Donetsk and Lugansk with further fighting around Kherson and Mykolaiv and a renewed push towards Kramatorsk. Russian forces continue to withdraw from Belarus in order to redeploy in support of operations in eastern Ukraine. We went through that video. What do you have here? Successful combat use of the Starstreak man-pads in the Ukrainian-Russian war. Air defense number 950 destroyed a Russian UAV Orlan. This is the greeting of the Ukrainian paratroopers. This is the greeting of Ukrainian paratroopers. Boris Johnson, thank you, Britain. We use the support of allies effectively. Give more. Starstreak man-pads. So this is United Kingdom man-pads. Wow, my bad. Totally just destroyed. There. They hit it out of the air.
Есть! На, блядь!
Ебать хорош.
Леще, леще, я Карпаты, есть контакт, уничтожили пидора.
One more time.
Есть, сука! Есть! На, блядь!
Ебать хорош.
Леще, леще, я Карпаты, есть контакт.
So they shot a Orlan UAV out of the sky. The moment a mother... Okay. Oh, man. Okay. The moment a mother finds the body of her murdered son thrown into a well by the Russians, so extreme, viewer discretion, trigger warning, graphic video. Up until then, he had just been kidnapped, but he was still alive. This is what mothers experience daily in Ukraine. She cries, "My son, those are his sneakers."
Подавайте, хлопцы, прием. Там встанем. Ты же, Донечка, пошли. Валик, с другой стороны. Доня.
So we don't need to see that part. They pulled him out of the well. Okay, they pulled him. That was what was going on there. They pulled the body out of the well.
Території цього заправочного комплексу в ямі було знайдено тіла двох людей. Ми одного впізнали, що це місцеві жителі Бузової, це хлопці з територіальної оборони.
All right. Something that Ukrainian mothers experience on a daily basis. Let's go back to our list. Losses of Russian occupiers. Can't really pull up that. Can't read it. So they say that 19,600 personnel have been killed. Day 48 of the confrontation. This is Ukraine. They say that 157 plus 3 aircraft, 140 plus 3 helicopters, 732 plus 7 tanks, 1946 plus 23 APVs, 55 plus 8 anti-aircraft warfare systems, 111 MLRS, 1406 plus 19 vehicles, 76 fuel trucks, 25 special equipment, 4 mobile SRBM systems, 349 artillery systems, 124 UAV operational tactical level pieces of equipment, and 7 boats. Why can't we know the losses of Ukraine army? Well, Ukraine wouldn't post those. And Russia certainly won't. And Russia's not even posting their own. So I think we have to. There's a Western I have to go to another Western source to pull up Ukraine losses. What's going on in this clip here? Police footage from the scene. Okay. Where? Okay, I don't know where that is. The Marines have just recorded an appeal to Ukrainians in Mariupol. We, the fighter, says in this video, are grateful to every Ukrainian who believes in the Marines and continue to believe. We have held on to this position for so long in this faith and have always remained faithful. So this is the Marines in Mariupol, not the Azov. This is the Marines.
Ми вдячні кожному українцю, який вірив в морську піхоту і продовжує вірити в морську піхоту. Вірити в морську піхоту. На цій вірі ми протримались так довго. Ми не залишили своїх позицій, ми залишилися вірними завжди і залишаємося вірними завжди. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Героям слава!
Ми вдячні кожному українцю.
Yep. Finnish telecommunications company Nokia has announced its departure from the Russian market. Oh, another company. Another one. Nokia. People still use those? Probably Russia does. Man, I haven't had a Nokia phone. Man. My first cell phone was a Nokia, though. Flip phone. Had an antenna on it. Pull the antenna out. What is this? The invaders shot a family from their BMP. Okay, hold on. Okay, I just want to make sure it was going to be video of a family getting killed. It's aftermath. Yeah, invaders Russians soldiers shot a family from their BMP. A 2-year-old child, a teenager, and 3 women were killed. The head of the Kyiv police department. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. So there's a family killed in this vehicle by a Russian BMP. Okay, that's from the Kyiv police, the head of the Kyiv police department. So right now there's more Aftermath videos coming out and more investigations being carried out around the Kyiv Oblast. There's increased activity and Russians moving in on the Kramatorsk and Slovianetsk regions right in here. They shelled it all night long. They're looking. There's Russian forces bolstered in this region. In the Kupiansk region, looking to move south, Izium, and then take this section. Take this region here, north of the Donetsk. Excuse me, north of the Donbas, which is north of Donetsk, and like to the west of Lugansk. And then Mariupol remains the same. I mean, there's the Rob's map is a little more updated than this one, but there's like a pocket that the Ukrainian forces are in here, but Russian forces have them surrounded. There's like 3 pockets of Mariupol left that Ukrainian forces are still holding. It's this region. There's one here. What did Rob's video look like? I really need to get Rob's map.
How?
There. This is Rob's map. One big one, and then 2 pocket areas of Mariupol. So this is what his Mariupol map looks like. A little different than the live UA map. That's Mariupol. Try to put us on a... What is this here? Video Kyiv Regional Military Administration showing the destruction and the ongoing cleanup activities in the town of Borodyanka. This is the roundabout city. Borodyanka in Kyiv. See if I can find it fast. Yep. Borodyanka. It's got the monument in the middle of the roundabout. Right here. So this is the area that you're gonna see in the clip. This picture was in 2015.
Бородянка живе. Сотні волонтерів, сотні фахівців розміновують, відновлюють, розбирають завали, достають загиблих. Я вірю, місто живе і розквітне. Але дивлячись на мирні дома, по яким скидали бомби російська авіація, хотілося б запросити всіх, хто ще сумнівається в суті руського мира, пожити в цих домах, почувствувати на своїй шкурі, що таке наші бувші браття і що від них очікувати. Іншого ми від них і не чекаємо більше. Тому я вірю в Україну, я вірю в наших людей. Ми переможемо.
One more time.
Бородянка живе.
And that's there it is. Right? There it is on maps. You can see the car drives right along this road. What is it? Let's do like a before after. Before. After. Borodyanka. Same picture you're looking at. In the Kyiv Oblast. Before 2015. After.
Сотні волонтерів, сотні фахівців розміновують, відновлюють, розбирають завали, достають загиблих. Я вірю, місто живе і розквітне. Але дивлячись на мирні дома, по яким скидали бомби російська авіація, хотілося б запросити всіх, хто ще сумнівається в суті руського мира, пожити в цих домах, почувствувати на своїй шкурі, що таке наші бувші браття і що від них очікувати. Іншого ми від них і не чекаємо більше. Тому Я вірю в Україну, я вірю в наших людей. Ми переможемо.
Borodyanka. This is video from Borodyanka in the sky. As Russian troops retreat from the north, fears grow of the devastation they leave behind. "26 bodies have been found in the rubble thus far." 26 bodies found in the rubble. This is Kharkiv yesterday. What? Town of Kharkiv. That's to the east. Eastern border city. Right? Eastern border city here. Kharkiv. I haven't seen like a video from the night prior come out in a minute. We used to this is what the stream used to be. This is what my stream was. Like, I'd fire it up and this would happen an hour ago, 2 hours ago. This happened 10 minutes ago. Haven't seen many videos from the night prior coming out lately even. That's how tight information has been. This is in Kharkiv. Right in the middle of a residential. Kharkiv had that major government building. If you guys think back to the first couple weeks of the war, that Freedom Plaza, where all their government buildings are in Kharkiv, that took a bomb hit it. And that was in Kharkiv. Damn, not the news. Oh. No, man. You've gotten word for who's Johnny? We've gotten word from Johnny. I'm guessing that's a surname. I'm guessing that's an alias. It's been 48 days. We tried our best to defend Mariupol, and we have no choice but to surrender to Russian forces. We have no food and no ammunition. It's been a pleasure, everyone. I hope this war ends soon. I don't know, though, because there's videos that are saying we have not left our positions and we remain loyal to the end. Regardless, it sounds like, hey, it sounds like a fragile situation in Mariupol right now. Fragile situation in Mariupol. It's not looking good. But that's, I mean, we've got video that are saying that they're going to fight to the very end, and then word from a British national, Ukrainian Marine, 2000, no, wouldn't be, followed by all the sources that we use, so no. I don't have this as one of the sources. Damn, not the news I was hoping for today. Mariupol will most likely fall within the next few days. There is not much that can be done. Could be fake. I don't know. I don't think so. They're cut off. Mariupol's been cut off. They've been in there fighting with what they have. The Azov battalion's in there. What is this? Russian Ministry of Defense reports it destroyed another Ukrainian Bayraktar TB2. Just on Friday, it reported 35 of 36 TB2 destroyed. In daily reports before Friday, it had reported a total of 39. So they shot down less. 34, 35, 36, and then 39. Oh, so they shot 3 down. Russian Ministry of Defense today claim. Okay, so they post when they're taking down those drones. The Russian Ministry of Defense says it destroyed a Bayraktar TB2 drone with naval air defense system near Crimea. So this is a Russian video. Russian side. This is near Crimea, saying that they shot down a Turkish drone.
Подводка ПД, цель воздушная одиночная, пелинг 20, дистанция 30. Отождествлена, по данным Поляны, беспилотный летательный аппарат типа Байрактар. Сопровождаю, наблюдаю комплексом ЗРК «Штиль» А-190, АК-630.
Командир боевой части 2, ЗРК «Штиль». Принять целеуказание. Беспилотный летательный Байрактар уничтожить.
Есть. Вот первое.
Whoa. That's how those things are. Wow.
Цель воздушная одиночная, пелинг 20, дистанция 30. Отождествлена, по данным Поляны, беспилотный летательный аппарат типа Байрактар. Сопровождаю, наблюдаю комплексом ЗРК «Штиль» А-190, АК-630.
Командир боевой части 2, ЗРК «Штиль». Принять целеуказание. Беспилотный летательный Байрактар уничтожить.
Есть. Вот первое.
Doesn't really hit anything. These 25. Oh. Okay. So the situation's dire in Mariupol. That was a video of Russians. What is this now? Oh, Sky News clip. What happened here? On the alleged attack, if it's proven, what happens next? James Heapy, MP, says there are weapons that simply should not be used, and if they are used, people will be held to account.
The US President Joe Biden said on the 24th of last month that if chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, that
They're still unconfirmed. Let's just check really quick, because that's the headline of the stream here. Russian chemical weapons. Let's go to the Guardian. No, that was that's 2 hours ago. That would be the latest. Zelensky's taking the chemical weapons threat seriously. It hasn't been confirmed by Western, like the United States and the UK hasn't confirmed it yet. The armed force in the United Kingdom, James Heapy. Okay. Let's just watch that. Let's watch the clip, and then we'll go back to the story.
The US President Joe Biden said on the 24th of last month that if chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, that was a red line. If it's proven, what happens next?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, these are appalling weapons to even think about using, and the fact that they are part of the discussion is deeply sobering. It's not just the President of the United States, the President of France and our own Prime Minister have also been clear that there are weapons that simply should not be used, and if they are used, people will be held to account. I think it's useful to maintain some ambiguity, Kay, over exactly what the response would be, but let's be clear, if they are used at all, then President Putin should know that all possible options are on the table in terms of how the West might respond.
Could we go as far as to say a considered but effective response?
Well, it would certainly be effective, but it would also be well considered. I think that's a very good way of putting it. But it's important to recognise that there are all sorts of ways in which these things could be used, from the use of tear gas, which is effectively a riot control measure, all the way through to utterly devastating, lethal chemical weapon systems. So I don't think it's helpful to be too binary about the situation, because these are highly nuanced. But I also think it's very important to be very clear with your viewers, who I think have a deep sense of what is right and what is wrong, that there are some things that are beyond the pale, and the use of chemical weapons will get a response, and all options are on the table for what that response could be.
Dang. It's very serious. All options are on the table for what that response could be.
The pale, and the use of chemical weapons will get a response, and all options are on the table for what that response could be.
All options are on the table for that if it's confirmed. Again, how do they confirm it though? For real? I mean, any ideas? How do they confirm it? In the Mykolaiv Oblast, there's a siren that is going off. How do they confirm anything in Mariupol right now? And after seeing what President Zelensky's already seen in Bucha and Borodyanka, outside of Chernihiv, I mean, of course he would take it seriously. He's already seen with his own eyes the war crimes committed. But there is, I mean, it's unconfirmed right now, the chemical weapons usage in Mariupol. Let's look at this quick. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv has responded to the latest figures of child casualties. Telecoms and Nokia. All right, today so far, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky voiced concerns that Russian forces could use chemical weapons in Ukraine, but did not confirm whether they had been used in his daily video address late on Monday. Today, the occupiers issued a new statement which testifies to their preparation for a new stage of terror against Ukraine and our defenders. He said one of the mouthpieces of the occupiers stated that they could use chemical weapons against the defenders of Mariupol. We take that as serious as possible. Okay. Take that threat as serious as possible. So they're taking the threat seriously. It's a threat right now. I think it's, for me, like my own analysis, it sounds like it's the Chechen forces that said that they were going to do that and then continue on through Kyiv might have been cap, might have been for the social media or for the media, and then, but understandably, even if it might just be bogus claims that that the Chechens were using. I mean, being Ukraine and what, like I said, what President Zelensky's already seen in his cities, you can't not take it seriously at this point. So I do hope that it's not. I do hope that it was just the Chechens, fanning the flames, and that it isn't it isn't a reality. Right now, there's nothing confirmed. That's the takeaway, though, from the chemical weapons usage or the chemical weapons reports. Unconfirmed. All right, y'all. That's about that time, huh? That's about it. We've gone through it all, everything we could. There was some extra news to go through. Damn, my fire alarm went off. Fire alarm went off. All of it. All right. Thank you guys so much for choosing independent media for your news source, especially news in the Ukraine, world news in Minneapolis and Minnesota, if you live here in Minnesota. Thank you guys again so much for tuning in for the last a little over 4 hours on this one. 3 hours minimum every night, 9 p.m. Friday nights I have off, and then Sundays are off. But if you're looking for news on Ukraine, come stop by at 9 p.m. Central Time. 9 p.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday. All right, and then join our Discord server. Follow us on Twitter, because then I will tweet out if I'm late or if I'm going to miss a stream for an emergency reason or whatever. If there's ever going to be a non-stream, join our Discord server or follow us on Twitter so you get updates. I also post every day the stream to the Discord server. So if you guys want to get into the chat and get the notification early, join our Discord server, and then I will share the YouTube video to the Discord, and you guys can get that ahead of time. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in. Like the video. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Shout out to all of our members of the channel. You guys keep it going. Keep helping me get equipment I need. All of that. Until next time. Until tomorrow night. Take care, y'all. Have a good night.